Good morning, afternoon, and good night. I'm Execute. Welcome to the Inforunners. Joined today by Badges and Algared. How are you gents doing today? I don't know why you're smoking so
Yeah.
much, Badges. Why are you smoking so much?
Just, I don't know, you sound a little tired, mate. The fact that you kind of basically said hello and goodbye all in one go.
If I couldn't swear in the first 1 minute of this video, I'd be swearing at you right now. No, but no, seriously.
I thought the evidence at Execute was tied when we were doing the voice check, and he says, "I'm Algared."
Yeah. That kind of pretty much sealed the deal right there. That was shockingly bad by me.
Smooth.
You got to get rid of the side bits to be Algared, mate.
Yeah,
and
I
a bit
know.
grayer and balder and
Yeah, as soon as I said it, I was just like, don't carry on about it. Just do the sound thing because I just wanted to get it done. And I was just waiting for Algared, but he did. It's in smooth, perfect fashion. He just goes, "I'm Execute doing a sound test." So he rolled with the punches perfectly. So yeah.
what can I say? What can I say?
Yeah. So I'm gonna hit it right off the bat with the title of the thumbnail. Titansuits. There's this little tiny snippet in the monthly report. Started looking at the animation rig for Titansuits. So that literally tells you this whole time they haven't been working on Titansuits. What I heard, that rumor all the time, a long time ago, bears fruit. That it was just a boss in Squadron 42, and that's all it ever was. So if they're now going back to look at the animations and stuff, that means that they're finally now starting to look at actually putting them into Star Citizen, which is freaking sick. Board Gamer's going to have a chicken or lay an egg, if you get my reference. But that's awesome to me. It's going to add some much needed flavor. You've got the ground battle connotations, the inside connotations, and I think it's gonna. I know you want to say something, Agrid, but I really want to ask Badges what he thinks it's gonna do for ground combat, military stuff. So you say what you're gonna say, then Badges, if you can tell us what your thoughts are. So go ahead, Agrid.
Sure.
I was going to say, and it'll mean a sale, but I think it also bears has massive significance for things like salvage or even repair. So,
Absolutely.
I've said for ages, that the perfect cutter for the the little vehicle.
Yeah. It was the first thing you and I talked about.
Was
Yeah.
that Ripley autoloader?
The power loader. Yeah.
Yep.
100%. So Badges, your thoughts. What do you think? What do you think it'll add to the game? Being the military guy here.
Stompiness, which, if it isn't a word, is now.
Oh wow, that's got to you sick bastard.
Stompiness. If I can just stomp my opponents to death in a Titan suit, frankly, I'll be disappointed. CIG, you paying attention? You're listening.
And he wants it now.
I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see where they manage it. Are they like the thumbnail, the picture in the wrong way again? That one.
This is actually so. If you're looking up Star Citizen Titansuits, this is one of the images that comes up. I'm pretty sure that this is the boss that you fight in Squadron 42 as a concept, and he's got some kind of lightning gun. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because kind of. You look at exosuits and the way that they're done, kind of in everything else. At the most basic form, they would be something that you stand in, like the power loader from Aliens that you just referenced. The one that this dude is wearing is an awful lot more advanced because you seem to be completely enclosed in it. So it's providing armor to you, not your normal armor. You're environmentally sealed and all that sort of stuff. So it's it's going to be interesting, and all the other applications that you're going to have with it as well. Could there be one that projects a shield around itself so the infantry underneath it could effectively advance under that shield? It'd be really interesting to see what they play with.
Really quickly, Captain Cracker 1975 on Twitch. Who can't you hear? And Daily Noob, thank you for the raid on Twitch. I did get the raid. Sorry, I just missed it because I didn't have the Twitch stuff up. I've got to get all myself organized, and it always takes a hot minute.
On YouTube.
Yeah, go ahead.
On YouTube, Dan Little says that I'm kind of quiet. and Luke says that Badgers is low for him.
For fuck's sake!
I shall stand by, move the position of my
No. It's my end. It's definitely something I did my end. So what I remember how we were talking about. So we have this weird problem, right? When we go live, sounds totally fine, right? But for some reason, when they get hit to the recording end, right? And I haven't changed the sound or anything else like that. I haven't done a single thing, right? But for some reason, I go really, really low in the recorded VODs on YouTube, and these two are ridiculously high. So what I was trying to do was trying to find this weird middle ground where it was acceptable, but obviously it's not working. So I'm turning them back up a bit. But yeah, just tell me if they're fine or not.
Yeah, like I
It's
said
just
with you the
weird.
other day, I was watching the episode with
Imitation Tina.
Space and Imitation Tina, and I said to you, "You're quiet." I couldn't watch it. It was that without the headset, I couldn't watch it because actually it's like.
How's that going?
And the others were just mumble. And Badgers, not Badgers, and Space had that deep baritone, and then Tina was just a normal. So it was really, it was frustrating. Yeah, I get where you guys come from when you say I can't hear it, but
it's just some weird thing where even though they're all recorded at the same level, depending on what YouTube does to it or what Twitch does to it, the voice levels change, and it's totally out of my, like, I don't know how to fix it. How can it be one thing in a live recording and then it just takes the same live recording and then all the audios change, and all I'm actually feeding them is one channel. I'm not even feeding them multiple things, so it rather confuses me. Yeah, so I've turned them up a little bit. They're significantly higher than me.
And thank you, Mongo Mo, for that $2.50, not $250. $2.50. That's almost a coffee. Woohoo!
Yes.
But most appreciated. And he says thanks for all your work you put in.
Thank you.
I would say if there were to be a $250 donation, I'm sure
we're not worthy.
X would not have a problem doing the rest of the stream topless. So yeah.
Okay.
So please don't.
Whatever floats your boat.
Please.
In fact,
please don't. For Badgers and my sanity, please don't.
We will do the opposite of thoughts. We threaten to take clothes off unless you donate.
Maybe we should do what Angry
If you want
PC.
the clothes to stay on, pay me money.
Maybe we should do what Angry PC Tech did. I don't know if you guys see what he did. He actually dyed his hair on his head green. So he's got green beard, green eyebrows, and green head. He looks like an Oompa Loompa or a leprechaun. It's quite funny.
I get fired, but yeah.
Albert could do that for a day. Couldn't you? For St. Patrick's Day, you could claim it.
No, I would probably get I'd get a stern talking to and a warning.
Oh, really? Oh, dear.
Yeah. We've got standards. We've got to maintain standards.
Yeah,
true.
You could have a lot of fun with that Algared though, because as they come to tell you off, you could just start barking at them. Just completely play into it and just be like, don't go near Algared. I think he's gone wrong.
No. I must set an example for my students.
All right.
This is true.
All right, I'm trying to find it. So let's talk about this. Let's talk about this arrow real quick, right? We can come back to the Titansuits. We've been trying to give this arrow away for like 3 episodes now. But what we've done, because we were trying to figure out a way to give away on both Twitch and YouTube, and so there's no happy medium, right? So what we've done is we've made a channel on the Discord called Giveaways. I'm just trying to find where he's put it. Yeah, so there it is. It's under the text channels, and inside the text channels on the Discord, you can see that there is an entry there with an image that you can click. So if you jump on the Discord, go to the giveaway channel, and you can enter the draw. All you have to do is log in with your Discord. So you'll already have your Discord. Just log on with the Discord. And you'll be and we'll be giving
Discord.
And we'll be giving that away at the end of the stream, right? So you just all you have to do is log into Discord, go to the giveaway channel, click enter, bang, you're done, right? You only get one entry, but then you got a chance to win that. I'm just wondering if there's a way I can.
Yeah, it's probably open the sexy arrow with the lovely
Love Struck. Yeah, here. So this is what think that'll.
Yeah.
There we go. So that's what it takes you to. We've made the time go longer, but apparently, according to Lemming, we can just end it whenever we want. So that's what we're going to do. And by the way, people that don't Lemming is one of the Discord mods. So he set this all
Lord
up. Lord
Collington asks, is the giveaway meant for new players only, or is everyone locked?
Everyone. Go ahead.
If you're watching a stream, go to the Discord, click that enter button. Simple.
And if you really want to be that way inclined, you can get other people to join as well. So, but yeah, whoever is on the Discord, just join, and off you go.
But I've got to add. But we would really like you to, if you're going to give it to other people, get them to watch the stream.
Yeah.
Also, Daily Noob is in Twitch chat giving away all his secrets. He says that he streams, but without pants.
He's got a man bun. He doesn't get to have a decision when he puts his hair down sometimes. But yeah, man bun doesn't do it for me personally. But I don't know. Maybe it does it for his missus. I don't know. But maybe that's why she's with him. I don't know.
Yeah,
the secret of the man bun. I've got no idea. I don't know how that works. But,
I'm just jealous. Yeah,
Algared's got a man bun, like a really defined man bun. Yeah, right.
Yep. It's so defined. It's smooth.
At the risk of sounding like Disco Lando, please note that not all of the opinions expressed on stream are representative of everyone in Inforunners, are affiliates or auxiliaries.
Yeah,
Thank you.
like your pretend beard. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, like your very real face.
Yeah, thanks.
It's
and
sad
your
that,
face.
I just think it's sad that I was.
Algared got to where, exactly. Like you got to where he is in like less than a week. It's hilarious. I grew this in like 2 days. Like
I've got to start. Look, this is just comparing like a Datsun Cherry and a Ford whatever versus like wrong way, that way. A very, very like a Bugatti, right? Algared has a cultured beard. I can't be asked to shave, and like
that's what mine is. Can't be asked to shave. Literally, yours is some kind of weird bum fluff that just crawled up off your ass onto your face. But anyway, I digress.
At least I won't have to dye mine.
Yeah. Oh, that's definitely starting to happen. I just like
it is.
Got into the 40s, and there's just 3 points now, like right here, and this one just sprouting grey all of a sudden. Yeah, it's just going, been there, done that. Yeah. Yeah, it'll happen to you too, don't worry. And I think there'll be a few...
Dave 2000, thank you very much for subscribing at Tier 1 over on Twitch. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Dave. I think there'll be a few...
the subject of my beard.
Yes, I know. But I was just going to say, I think there's a few people in chat that'll tell you the grey hairs are going to hit you thick and fast. I just kind of like hit 40 and like the grey hairs just turned on. It was like a light switch. It was really weird.
Yeah. I'm quite lucky because one of my uncles was completely grey, like silver fox style, by the time he was 27. So yeah, I dodged that gene.
Yeah. Actually, I know someone that was bald by 21. I don't know how that works, but I felt very sorry for the guy.
Yep. I had a mate who had who did the Charlie Brown comb over when he was in his 20s,
Jesus. Oh, we don't all get the good genes like badgers, but anyway. Right. Man, I've had a week, by the way. This is a bit of a personal note, but probably a bit of an overshare with everyone watching. But the noodle shop, if anyone knows what I was talking about, has finally opened again. So a little bit of a story. There's a local noodle shop near me that I am friends with the people there, and the neighbors were very jealous of their business, brought the building out from underneath them, doubled their rent, and essentially kicked them out. So I was like, not taking this shit, and basically helped them move into a building that my mum owns very close by. But then this week they were running around like headless chooks getting ready to release, or open, as I should say. And so I've been helping them make menus and all that type of stuff. So, but they're off to the races. Like all the locals were like supporting them. They're back with force. Like, oh, where have you been? I've missed all your food. So they're ecstatically happy now. So I've just had a real life, very busy week. But yeah, so I just wanted to share. That's why I haven't seen you, Algared, because I've been doing all that stuff this week. But
yeah, that's bad capitalism, very bad capitalism. But for those of you that don't speak the language, chook is convict for chicken.
Yeah.
I know this because I watch MasterChef Australia
Yeah.
at points.
Yeah.
Yes, but yes, Chuck is weird for chicken.
But, okay. Right. That was the takeaway of what I just said. Yeah, sure. Okay, fine.
Well, I think in fairness he was saying that because just before the stream I'd said the same thing to him when you were off getting your pants and doing stuff.
Yeah.
So it was like within half an hour that the phrase has been used twice. So
Yeah.
had to translate.
No, it's like I know this. I watch MasterChef. But X, one good deed does not undo like a lifetime of villainy. All right.
I think my whole life is helping other people at this point. Just to be an FYI. I actually really enjoy helping people. It's my guilty pleasure, believe it or not. So,
you look like you look like the backup bad guy for Incredibles, just in case they didn't go with the first one.
I think I would be a terrible villain. I would just let all the prisoners go as soon as they complained. I'd be terrible. Yeah.
Don't do that. Just ask California. That's a bad idea.
Oof.
Just don't.
Too soon. All right,
Politics, yay!
As
banned from the algorithm.
Oh man, after that thing you sent me this week, that was gold. All right, let's not talk about that. But all right, I've got the bot open as usual. We've got a few questions. Hang on, double check. Is the bot actually working? Yes, the bot is working, but we've got no questions coming in, guys. So if you actually want to jump the gun and get your question in now, please do so using the word question. They'll come through to us. I'd like.
Yep.
If you've got some questions about Titansuits, that would be kind of cool. I think
so we've had two already. One from Boonkind and one that I can't see because I can't scroll up in your feed, which I've been trying to for the last 5 minutes. Basically saying, "Are you just clickbaiting, guys?" No, we are not clickbaiting.
No.
It's in the Squadron 42 update that they are now working on part of that.
Well, let's go have a look at that because I actually don't know where it was. I had it linked to me by someone else, like a picture.
So there's been two parts out today. There's been you've had the emailed Squadron 42 report that came out at 6 o'clock this morning.
Do you guys roughly know where? Hang on, I'm switching us over. Do you roughly know whereabouts it is in this?
I do not know. I must admit I missed it.
Okay. Well, what I might do is just type Titan. Nope. Okay. Titan didn't come up. It's not in there.
So it'll be in
the other one, you reckon?
I would imagine in ships or
area wide.
I'll go back then. I have no idea where it is. I thought it was in this monthly report, is what I was told. Oh wow. All right. Good luck to me. Oh, you got a link? Minty Fits, link it to me on. Wait, hang on. I can probably open it. Minty Fits. Hold on. All right, I can open it. Just hang on.
And Ace Hambo, thank you for your $10 super chat.
Someone linked it to me. Hold on.
So while Execute's doing that, hello gents. Thanks for the streams. So thank you for the $10 coffee donation. We probably won't spend it on coffee, but you know, hey, that's what I'll always say it is. You get probably a couple of cups of good geisha for that.
Okay, here we go. The team is also working on the Cossack Arms sniper rifle and reviewing the first pass of the Titan animation rig. All right, so this is on a mobile phone, obviously, whoever sent this to me. That is fine. But, yeah, okay. That actually, so, now I take that back a bit now, because the way I look at that if that's from the Squadron 42 report, it is more than likely for Squadron 42. Okay. Interesting, though. I don't know. What do you guys make of that?
I think the way I read that, and correct me if you guys think I'm wrong, is the animation rig is they've actually obviously built something that moves like a Titan suit and that they'll put people in it.
The other way you could look at it is it's the boss being animated.
Yeah, absolutely.
Given it's in the Squadron 42 one, it could go either way.
Yeah. Man, they could have added a sequence later on where you actually fight in a Titan suit in Squadron 42. How the hell would we know, you know? So you could be absolutely correct there. I think you can take that both ways. Yeah, that makes it difficult. That really does. Because you can take it both ways. So that's the whole thumbnail just became clickbait, so to speak, all of a sudden, as someone suggested.
I don't mind it being occasionally clickbaity.
Yeah, but that's not how it was intended, because I'd originally taken that as that they'd started to work on them. It's like, oh damn. Okay.
I think it's it's the first proper mention we've had of Titansuits
In a age.
in a long time. Other than pass and reference to the fact that they exist. It's good news. In fact, there's a few things in there that are kind of quite exciting in both the Squadron 42 update and the PU update.
Please tell us about it.
So yeah, I'm frantically racking my brain for. So I was having a look whilst I was at work. The great thing about the assessments that I'm doing at the moment is the first 5 minutes I'm no needed.
There's a line there. The little comedian in me wants to say things, but I'll say nothing.
Stop it.
I'm not needed. Oh, yeah.
Stop it.
That's what she said. Anyway.
Oh my god. Just.
Only for the first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Which is the whole thing. If you know badges, it didn't even last 5 minutes anyway. Right.
I mean, just. Yeah, anyway, swiftly on. So one of the things that they've teased quite interestingly is something to do specifically with thrusters.
Right.
So they were talking about, I think it's one of the vehicle teams is working on something, and it says that they're working on various vehicles, and then specifically goes on to mention, including one with kind of strange or thrusters, I think they said.
Yep.
So yeah, they've also, interestingly, of the star map for Squadron 42 is all but complete. Which hopefully means, and it is also mentioned in the UI section of Squadron 42, and I'll just very quickly jump to what it says. So it reads across. So one of the things we've got to be careful of is that stuff in Squadron 42, you can't necessarily read that as also developed for the PU. So the first thing you do when you see something cool in Squadron 42 news is you then go to the next one about the PU and see if it's copied across, and this one has. So UI art and design worked on several features, including interactive 3D UI prototype, universal markup of the star map, etc. And then it says the UI tech team progressed in various areas, including creating a color picker for UI. They continued to help polish, which is the bit that happens towards the end, the new star map, adding space dust to make it easier to perceive movement on the map, improving the controls, and creating cubic hollow volumes, whatever one of those is. That sounds like hand-wavium to me.
Cubic hollow volume sounds like the Mobi-Glass. If you think about it.
Yeah, and then obviously what they have within the other one is a little bit more detail, as you would expect. Squadron 42 being a little bit more developed because it only has to work for one person at a time. But yeah, it's hopefully we will get a replacement for that nasty. They've also said that they are very, very close now to implementing the 3D apps and features for the Mobi-Glass. So it will stop. Sorry, go.
Badges, can you, since you got the Squadron 42, the PU stuff up, can you check down animation and see if the Titansuit was copied across into that as well?
Of course I can. AI tech, AI tools, art, ships, community, engine, features, arena commander, features, characters, weapons, features, gameplay, features, missions, vehicles.
So it wasn't animations.
Yeah, it doesn't. The titles aren't exactly the same by the looks of things.
Yep.
Narrative on the service is tech animation. No, this only references the fact that they were at Pinewood Studios in the UK, scanning up lots of different people in, so that they could use that information for the DNA system for your character creation for the PU. It doesn't mention either that or the VFX. It doesn't mention Titansuits at all in the PU one yet.
Oh, they're very
So
interesting.
that,
I just went into my email for Squadron 42 and I got to the same
mm,
link that was linked to me by the gentleman from Twitch, and I can't go to the browser version. I find that very strange. There's a bug there, obviously, happening. I was trying to get it so it displays better, but I can't actually find the update of Squadron 42 in a browsery normal PC version. It's really strange, and I can't find a link to it either. Like, there's none
Yeah.
on the page or anything like that. It's like someone's just forgot. It's like, yeah, whoops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. One of the other things they talked about was the cargo refactor.
Yep.
And where they are with that. So they are currently converting the existing cargo render proxy to actual physical entities for each cargo container. This enables them to be manually added and removed from the cargo grid using the tractor beam, like we're seeing with the Vulture.
That lines up with the whole C stuff too. You're going to need that for the whole C 100%. Yep.
Convert all commodities, minerals, and harvestables to a new resource type. This requires refactors of the mining and refinery systems to ensure they worked with the new resources. Recreate the commodity kiosk using building blocks to give greater flexibility with future changes.
Right.
Ensure that all missions that use any form of cargo, usually in the form of carryable two-handed entities, still work with the new cargo resource system, and work with the ship's team to mark up all cargo grids to use the new system.
Let me throw this back to you then, based on what you just said there about refineries as well. What do you reckon about one of those unannounced ships being the Expanse? Just to toy with that idea, you two, if you think, mull that over for a second.
Yeah, I mean, I might have got the wrong end of the stick, but I thought unannounced meant we had no knowledge that they were coming.
A lot of the time they don't tell us that they're coming. So it means it's unannounced
what I mean
that it's
is
coming.
in terms of if I see what you mean. So unannounced to be in the pipeline as opposed to unannounced. We don't know that it exists yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just curious.
Enough.
It could be like because just based on what you're saying there, if they're redoing all the resource types, and then you actually mentioned refining. God, my English is terrible. Refining, that could be a thing. The only thing that they would need then is the gameplay associated with it. But could you not, at the very least, take the station refining and kind of essentially copy that to there's your tier 0? But I think they'd want to go a little bit deeper than that based on things they've said about the Reclaimer in the past. You add the length of time, end of the year. It is possible. I don't know.
I think, though, given the amount they were talking about the cargo refactor itself rather than where refinery just seems to be a tack on. But the main focus seems to be cargo refactor, the containers and everything else. But it'd be more likely to be the whole C. But
true, that also
something along those lines that would fit.
That also mentioned the saddlebags. I think at some point would have to come into play there. True, yeah, that's true. Okay, so if I heard something about saddlebags, that would probably kind of nail on the head for me with that one. But I'm just curious to see where they're going. Definitely leans a lot towards the whole C from what Badger said there. But I don't know. I'm just curious to, like we had a very quiet year last year, right? And as a content creator, we talk to other content creators, and a lot of them are very much feeling the pinch. I'm not going to say who, but I had a conversation with someone fairly well-known content creator. We've had them on the show. I'll leave it at that much. I'm not going to share any more than that. But they basically said, I'm kind of done with Star Citizen. They're done. That they were burnt out. They wanted to move on, and I was kind of sad to see them go. But I understand why they're going, and I was just like, I've been here. I've seen so many people come and go, as I assume some of you guys have as well. But it was just a bit disheartening that they got to the point with the game where they kind of moved on, and they had the reasoning for. There was a few little things that but there was this one little thing that pushed them over the edge, and I was just a bit upset because I didn't notice it. But yeah, apparently that said some things that they on one of the Star Citizen Live they were not happy with. But so yeah, I'll talk to you guys about that later. But I was just sad to see someone go because of the burnout. But I don't think it's been the worst we've had. Do you, Algared? Like I still think go back to like 3.0.
I thought last year was slow in terms of player content, but in terms of back end stuff, it was loaded to the gills. At least from my point. But before we go on, there are a couple of questions in the chat about the Discord comp. Go to Discord, go down to the giveaway channel.
Yep.
And then in the giveaway channel on the Inforunners Discord is and it's right down near the bottom.
If I had
Click
a
the
way,
giveaway, and then there's a button that says enter, and press that button, and boom, you are entered.
what I'll do is I'll just take a screenshot of the Discord. Hold on.
So,
and see if I can open that. Nope. I don't have a way to stream Discord without doing it live. I wonder if I can do it live. Hold on. So this will be dirty. Windows capture, screen capture. No, I'll just do Windows capture. Hold on. So this will just come straight over the top of our faces, but it'll show you guys really quickly, and you won't have to look at badges eating. That's fine. So this is my Discord. So this is my live Discord. If you see here, you just go down to this giveaways channel here. So this is usually general, where everyone's joining like crazy. So there's definitely a lot of people joining to get into the giveaway. You then scroll down to this channel called giveaways. And that's what it is here. And you just click the word enter. That's all you have to do. And as long as you're logged in on Discord, you'll be fine. And I've just realized it's not displaying on screen properly because there we go. So I can make it a bit smaller.
And there's that little green enter button. Hit that, bang, done.
Yep. That's it.
And then you can view the giveaway.
Yep. That's it.
And it'll take you to a page view.
Yeah, because if you actually view it, it looks like this. So yeah, so it just looks like that. Yep. Pretty simple. It was, as I said, it was very hard for us to find some way to do both Twitch and YouTube, and we didn't want to go, well, this is just a YouTube thing, or this is just a Twitch thing. So this was our compromise, and it just makes it easier to do it that way. But yeah, and you've got to the end of the stream, and we'll sure you guys will remind us Arrow giveaway, and we'll do that at the end of the stream.
Yep. Hey, bet in other news.
Yep.
We hit a landmark this week, didn't we?
Oh, we did. I forgot about that. Did you know about that, Badges? I bet you Badges. You tell him, Algared, because I told you, so I'll let you pass it on.
So, are you aware of the landmark we hit, Badges? I'm taking that.
Nobody tells me nothing.
Nothing. No one tells you nothing, huh? 14,000 subscribers. We hit that mark on YouTube. We finally got there. Yeah, that's right. It felt like a long, slow climb.
It is slow.
You're welcome.
What, you got all of them to join? All right. No, we do grow at a much slower rate than other people, but I think the way I've kind of put myself at peace with the algorithm is we have a very high retention rate. About 96%, which is really ridiculously high, as Paul in Space tells us. And we focus more on hardcore content. So I think the people that kind of listens to you guys can tell us in chat if you think different, because I'd love a bit of feedback, because we don't get a lot of feedback. But I find that the people that watch us are a bit more of the hardcore long-term audience. You want to link to Discord? Yeah, I can do that. I will do that.
But if you do want to give us, criticism, make it constructive criticism. No one likes just, you suck.
Yeah.
But, if you're going to criticize, tell us how we can improve, how you think we can improve. Because we're always keen to hear the constructive criticism. But if it's just straight up, no, you suck, I can guarantee you it's going to be ignored. But yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully I typed that correctly.
And welcome to more first-time chatters. I've seen several come in today on the Twitch, so that's awesome.
Yeah. Cool. All right, so I've just linked that in both Discord, YouTube and Twitch. So that's our Inforunners Discord. You can go in there. There is, how would you describe our Discord? It's very strange to me, but it's a very, well, pardon the pun,
it's active.
Discord-based. There's a lot of talking, and a lot of it is mainly text-based talking. Every once in a while, Algared and myself will drop into a channel and talk to people. And if there is someone usually hovering around in a voice channel and I see them, I'll drop in and ask them what they want. But a lot of it is helping people, especially the Fix My Fleets channels and the CCU Helpers channel. They're very helpy based. but there's always a lot of discussion going on. So if you actually want to talk Star Citizen, especially from a text perspective, that would be where most of it happens.
And there's also the ship scrutiny, so people will go into that channel and just argue ships and and why they think a ship is good, or why we're wrong in terms of being the cult of the Endeavour and the Church of the Crucible. May they forever burn in the depths of hell for such heresy, but
so we get
a wretched hive of scum and villainy.
There's also
the other thing that's
the professionals as well.
Sorry,
I was about to say it, but you go ahead.
Yeah, so one of the things that Inforunners has done that I haven't seen done anywhere else is that we have a number of people who are real life experts in particular fields. So we have people that we have geologists, we have military, we have Navy, Air Force, Army. There are people who are specialists in logistics and shipping, actual ships, all that sort of stuff. And there's actually a whole section in professionals. Go and ask your question. How would this work in Star Citizen and whatever else? What's the real life answer to this sort of question? And someone will get back to you with an answer.
Yeah.
And the great thing is, it's grounded in reality.
Just real quick,
and the other
guys. Just real quick. If we miss someone asking where the giveaway is, or someone does like a exclamation giveaway, just message them and tell them it's on the Discord, please, and give them the link. Just to make, if you want to be helpful. Just because I just saw another first time chatter come in and say, "Hey, exclamation Discord," and I don't have anything set up for that because I'm totally disorganized. But maybe Lemming, if you can hear me, maybe set up something that when they go exclamation Discord, if you wouldn't mind, Lemming. Thank you. Right. Sorry,
Discord for that. But I was going to say the other thing with the professionals is that Command and Control, the series we've got that once upon a time was called What Would It Take, is actually comes from military guys and thinking logistically what it would take, or how we could command or control certain fleets in certain situations. And so it's not just going, oh, you want this and this. It's saying, okay, looking at the whole kit and caboodle. So it gives you a wider view of what's required in those situations. And so why an org will be really good for you in terms of trying to do certain things. So yeah. So go check out that channel. Go check out those episodes on Inforunners as well.
Right. I'm going to ask this question because someone just put it into YouTube chat and they butchered the word question. So the bot's going to miss it. And I'm only doing it because I saw it. So it said, it's from Fox Volox, who says, you all need a professional in industrial manufacturing. That's what I do every day. In fact, right now, as I listen to podcast style. Well, Fox, we've actually got 2 people that did that already, believe it or not. But you're more than welcome to jump in and chew the fat with, that would be Drazen, and I forget the other guy's name. The other guy, Drazen works in plastics manufacturing, and I've forgotten what the other guy does, but he's, and we've also got a logistics guy as well, Fox. But if you're like, you might have a different area of industrial manufacturing. Like, I think the other guy worked in forging. He actually did like refining of golds and metals and stuff like that. And we did do an episode on that, on the refining process. So that there is a professional point of view episode. I need to think of a better name for that series. It does not roll off the tongue as which is something I'll probably look at. So maybe I'll take some pointers there. Hey Loudguns, nice to see you, man. Do you want to take another question, guys, or
we can take some questions. We can take some stream questions.
All right, well, I'll let you read it then, Algared.
Yep. So very first stream question comes from Maxol TV. And he says, or they say, do you think now persistence is in the game we could have functional kitchen in our ships?
I don't know. There's a couple of different kitchens, isn't there? So you like, I'm looking at like cooking as a profession, and I think it's getting broader and broader. Like with the shops and the cafes and stuff that they showed off in some of the recent ISCs and stuff. But then if you go like right back to say some of the most basic things, they're more of a food prep area rather than a cooking area. Like you almost like and you'd probably be able to talk to this, Badges, is like taking rationings and kind of rehydrating them type of thing is what I think is the lowest level, Would you kind of agree with that, Badges? Or
Yeah, yeah. I mean, so obviously on board, we've tried to get alongside at least once every 3 weeks, so we could have some measure of fresh kind of provision on board.
3
the
weeks
bottom line is, if you
fresh.
do need to, yeah, 3 weeks fresh, no thumbs fresh. Yeah, just pick around the brown bits. But yeah, it's you've always got your dry rations to go back on, which is your boil in a bag stuff. So yeah, I mean that's your base level, and I think that's a lot of it. I'm thinking to my Connie in like the area. There's not even a food prep area. I think there's basically just a microwave bolted to the wall. And that's going to be it, right? That's going to be your boil in a bag or whatever sort of thing.
Well, they do have rations.
Don't put your boil in a bag bags into a microwave; they explode.
They do have those ration bags already in game, so I'm just like looking at that and extrapolating. So that's where I thought. Go ahead.
I just thought those what you call ration bags with a little meat was just like a pack of jerky.
Yeah, but I think
than a ration bag.
Yeah, but the fact that they're kind of modeled in game, I think that they could use the same model to go to the next step. So it's just like upend into a cup type of thing and make noodles or whatever. You know what I mean?
Well, I think the fact that we've got things like fresh fruits, and you can buy foodstuffs. So if you had, I can imagine, if it's kitchens, you get foodstuff, you put it in, and then you can prepare stuff. Or you got the fruit in there, you could prepare it. But will they go the whole hog and have a slice the fruit up and chop the meat and chuck it in a bowl? Hey, down the track, who knows?
I think as a whole way to answer this question is like the more things that come in the game from the back end, the more things are going to roll in. Like we've been saying for ages about the whole, the breaking of the dam analogy. Like there is just so much holding this back because a lot of this stuff they can make locally and it works. But as soon as you've got to put it across the internet, you're working with networking code, it just doesn't work. So once that's finally in, there'll just be so much more that moves into the game. I think that kind of does weirdly answer the question.
Yeah, I don't think that cooking necessarily and using those prep spaces, because it's not a thing, right? At the moment, it's just have you eaten, haven't you?
Yeah,
and then there are different values as to how much each food fills you up. That's not. I don't think that's going to change with PES. I think that's going to be when we start to look at storage spaces on ships and like stocking up for longer voyages. That'll probably be when we see actually using food prep areas. For the moment, they've kind of covered that base. We've got to eat. We store it in our armor, or we throw it around the ship, and I don't see it needing to go much further past. I kind of hope they've got other priorities.
I'd like to see down the track the need for food to be, if you've got food supplies, you stock up your kitchen, and then you've got a choice. Press a button and it pulls out the food pack or the bars or whatever. A bit like the Redeemer fridge, where you can chuck in you got your bars or and your drinks, and a bit like the C8R, where its little fridge has got food and bars and water bottles in it. So you want to have that type of stuff, where if you've got the supplies, you've got food. And I'd like to see the kitchens actually do that type of thing. I'd love to see the 890 Jumps massive kitchen and storage rooms actually be able to have food put into the storage rooms. The whole cupboards in there are sealed shut.
Well, that shows the expansion of what I mean by the cooking system, because you're going from a solo cook to essentially a full-on, chef restaurant kitchen on a ship like that. That's what I meant. Like, so cooking, just looking at cooking as a profession, much like mining or any of the others, expands out. And that goes into agriculture as well, and the hunting and all that. Like, like if you're bringing in some animal, it expands right out too. Because if you think about it, you're going to have banner recipes, Zion recipe. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, cooking's a big thing. It is a big profession if you run it all through.
It is, and just thinking that in terms of the 890 Jump and luxury touring, and if you're taking the rich hobnobs of Hurston around the world, they're not going to want to eat your little tear open
You bet. Just but
ration pack.
my brain man just
They're
went
going
to
to,
old
they're
man
going to be.
Western eating uwu girls. All right, right. We need to
No,
move
he
on.
does not eat them.
No,
But, you know,
not consuming Algared, the other eating. Anyway, let's move on really quickly. Right.
It does involve like
Right,
going
yeah.
those gourmet meals and gourmet restaurants and stuff. And so if you've got a full kitchen, there is that aspect where it's going to play into it. So,
All right. Sorry, I'll move on very quickly before I get in trouble.
Right. Thank you, Stoffen Sniffer, for the Algared culture.
Right, Mango Mo asks, ship expectations for Fleet Week this year. We did talk about this. I've talked about this a few times, but I think I don't know. I'll pass this one on. I'll answer this at the end. So, Badgers, you could probably be the least that's talked about this. Have you got any ship expectations for Invictus?
No, is the bottom line. I have no idea where they go. My hope is that we get something more exciting than just
Well, they go
another plethora of fighters, because we are up to the gunnels at fighters. Maybe something, if they are going to go fighter, do something to rival the heavy fighters in range.
So let me drop this for you. Santoki.
Santoki what?
You don't know what that is? Okay, that's fine.
So, no. I'm not.
So it is.
I appreciate the look of them. Yep. I'm not a fan of the Santoki as it currently stands. Just from a personal point of view, not anything to do with ability. It's aesthetics. I just looked at it and went, yeah, it's pretty. I can accept that it's pretty. It's just not my bag.
Yeah. So confirmed to be working on. They went in a grey box in the last year. It pretty much on schedule to come out with Alien Week. So I'd be really surprised if we don't see it at Alien Week. Algared?
My problem with that would be Santoki is more likely to be Alien Week rather than Fleet Week. So, yeah, I'd like to see. I think Badgers would like to see something along the lines of a Nautilus in Fleet Week.
I think we've got like 5 unannounced ships on the roadmap. I'd have to go back and double check, but there's quite a few there. So I think you can assume that there's something coming that is straight flyable that we haven't seen. I think that's a pretty safe bet at this point. We tend to get at least one at each sale. So I think you can say there's probably something coming. If you go back and look at the last 2 Invictuses, we've had traditionally it's 2 at Invictus and then 1 at Alien Week, but last year we got very unlucky and we didn't get anything at Alien Week. So I think the Santoki is probably, let's be honest, Alien ship. Alien Week sounds pretty much on par for the course. So I'd expect at least a vehicle to come at Invictus. What that would be, again, lower hanging fruit because we are doing the crunch or trying to get Squadron 42 out the door. He'll be back. It could be another Atlas platform vehicle. It could be the Lynx. It could be the X1. The X1 is in development. But again, I look at the X1 and it doesn't scream military to me. There is a shooter variant of it, though. They could use that for to release the X1. I don't know, Badgers, if you had to guess a vehicle, what would you kind of...
I mean, they really are kind of... It starts to feel now like you're kind of getting to the point where things are saturated without going into new sorts of areas. I mean, you'd kind of hope for maybe some sort of early warning vehicle or scanning. But again, the scanning gameplay would need to be more detailed to make that actually viable in game. And we know that they're kind of trying to, not have stuff go to playable without at least some of its loop implemented. So, I think, Lemming's right. He's in chat and
That's
he's
what I was
on Twitch.
reading myself,
Yeah, medical, cargo, the logical extensions of what we've got. So,
and you can use logistics under the military banner, so that does cover cargo. And we do know that the Galaxy has room for an Ursa-sized vehicle in the Galaxy ship as well. So when I saw that, my brain went straight to a Lynx medical variant. Is where my brain went. I don't Well, you could also have an Ursa medical variant as well. I guess there's no reason not to. But that was just where my brain went straight away, was Link's medical variant. I don't know if you guys are on the same page with that, or they can take it anywhere they want. That's the beauty of this game. They've got a lot of creative freedom. So yeah, but I think it definitely. I think we'll agree that if they've got a Ursa size, which is a medium vehicle, they've at least got a medium-sized vehicle they can chuck in the galaxy. At some point, we're going to get an ambulance of some description. So yeah, that's a safe bet.
I think, yeah, my gut would say Ursa. Initially, an Ursa variant of an ambulance. Why? Because we've actually got the Ursa in game where the Lynx hasn't been built yet.
That's another one though that is on the roadmap. It popped onto the roadmap, so I would almost expect of those 5 unannounced, that would be one of them.
And so I could see them doing the Lynx standard, which goes with the Phoenix and the luxury aspect, being
Agreed.
whatever it is, and then possibly another variant or 2 coming out at the same time. So that it's conceivable, yeah. But
then again, they've also shown with the ships they like to now separate the styles of those. So to give an example, the Pisces, and then they've got the medical Pisces variant. They only did one variant of the cutter. I guarantee you, I will die on the hill of that thing getting a cutter version for the Reclaimer, because I've spent a lot of time around that Reclaimer, right? And there is just a massive missing link that doesn't make sense. So, you know,
I mean, you've said it so many times now, I genuinely don't think there's any way out for you.
Yeah.
Even if you wanted to.
Yeah, I'm dying on that hill.
You die on that hill, X. You die on that hill or live on that hill. That's that.
So,
you've planted your colours, you're stuck. You've nailed the colours, your features to the wall and all the rest of it.
Well, put it this way, it's the only starter ship now that doesn't have a variant. So I'll be very surprised if we don't get one eventually.
I expect there'll be a variant of the cutter, just because it is such a unique, nifty little ship. To me, it cries out for a variant.
Yeah. Well, if you saw the leaks, that variant, that expedition variant, I think that is the one that was built for the Reclaimer. If you actually go back and read the concept for the Reclaimer, it literally talks about the exploration element of going into other ships and reclaiming. They called them artifacts back then, but if you see the collection of the components as artifacts, right? That is an exploration variant. That is what the cutter expedition implies exploration, so it makes a lot of sense to me. That would be the variant for the Reclaimer. But I also think that a bit of that leak was we've lost Badges. I'm just saying, I think that leak was a bit of a tip of the hat to say, oh, that variant is not coming out. I think they're essentially trying to say that they weren't selling it when they said that variant doesn't exist. I think the variant more than likely still does exist. It's just it wasn't coming out for sale straight away. So that was them nipping the idea in the butt that the expedition variant was coming with the regular cutter. But we'll leave it for now. All right, next question. Moving along. Otherwise, Badges will have a red stain on his forehead.
Trooper has a question. North End Trooper says, "What would you like to see with the new UGF?"
GF. Remind me what that acronym is again.
I don't know.
Underground facilities.
Yes, underground facilities. Thank you.
Well, I mean, that's a really good segue into the ISC episode, because that's exactly what we're seeing. So, should we do our predictions and then watch the episode?
I do want some kind of... I don't know how to say this, right, without kind of saying it, so I'll just say it very bluntly. I want some more spaces for sniper weapons. We don't get a lot of snipery type stuff at the moment at all. And I'm not even a sniper player, right? But like, how do you make a sniper rifle useful in an underground scenario, right? And if these are like true sci-fi spaces, wouldn't they have recreational areas like an underground park or something like that? You know, I'm just tossing things out there. But, you know, I would have liked to see some more expansive spaces under the ground as well. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
I can actually hear SA screaming from here.
Yeah. I can too. Yeah.
What do you mean sniper rifles underground? I think he's basically just
Yeah.
he's having an actual fit and he's not understanding why at this point.
I think I probably agree with what I imagine SA's feeling is. I always imagine underground spaces are more enclosed, whereas you'd go a sniper rifle would be something you'd be using from a tower, shooting at someone.
But if you look at those concepts images, these are like underground cities. Like what they've shown is essentially what that is, you know. And the other way I go back and look at it though is look at what space stations initially were. It was like a first pass, so it's like, you know, and they've rolled out over time and become more and more complex. So I'm imagining, you guys correct me if you think I'm wrong, but these underground facilities, this is the first one, you know, and then they'll have like a high tech, a low tech, the same thing that they did with the city concepts, essentially, right? That they'll develop and grow out of time. And then the other thing you got to add back in as well is the natural ones like caves and stuff. There has to be a connection with underground facilities and caves at some point. It's a logical progression.
And I think we'll find that, you know, some of the facilities will actually have, you know, tunnels that will actually lead to those caves in the distance. So if there's a area, and you could, you know, a bit like prisons, you use the prison, the way you got that escape route from prison, you use that to sneak into somewhere like Hurston, so you can smuggle people, so you can smuggle those contract breakers out.
Like what Sketch Therapy just said in chat there, he said, could bunker mines be a thing? So yeah, essentially like a mining bunker that goes down, and they've found like an underground cave that has like a rare crystal or something. So it's actually a mine. So that they've, you know, somehow scanned, found the mine, and then they've drilled and built a facility underneath, and then they just kind of excavate up and maybe have one of those diagonal lifts that they've shown to actually pull the resources out, essentially. So like a really big industrial mining facility, I can totally see that as a thing, you know. And your whole thing is to go in there, and maybe they're illegally pulling it out and they're not meant to be, so that's your mission, or, you know, pick one, you know.
Speak of the devil, and he shalleth appear. Hey, SA, we were just talking about you, buddy.
He heard his name. He heard his name.
That's exactly what it is.
We'll call him
SA, when you were screaming just a moment ago and you have no idea why, it
was because of it.
It was execute.
It's his fault.
Isn't it always? If it's not his wife, it's me. Anyway, right. Next question.
Before we go on to the next question, Old Man Zin has a question in YouTube. Titansuits for Invictus. He hasn't got a question there, so which is why I'm raising it.
I would say after what we saw in the Squadron 42, I'm rolling back the starting work on Titansuits. So I wasn't aware it was in the Squadron 42 report, but now I've seen it's in the Squadron 42. I'm more likely, my brain goes to the animations for the boss. They've been working on the animations for the boss.
On the other side, the second you do animations for the NPCs using a Titansuit or using anything, that actually will eventually translate across, because the animations using for that movement will be animations that get tied in if a player is wearing a Titansuit. That I could imagine they'd use that type of same animation. So, down the track, but based on that, I would say certainly not for Invictus. But
I see you in chat, Chop Frog Yogurt. I see you.
Right. I'm being insulted on all fronts. Someone's very clingy today.
Should we do the ISC now that we've covered UGF?
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. That's probably not a bad idea.
This is your endeavour to avoid Drop Yogurt's comment about your beard.
Yeah. What did he say, Algared? Because I missed it.
He said listen from me, even for Badger's beard.
Yeah.
So.
Look, we've shitted on Badgers enough with his beard. He knows.
I grow a beard because I can't be bothered to shave. X grows a beard because otherwise we'd have to look at his face.
I can't be bothered to shave, honestly. That's just how it is.
Well, we're
both single guys,
isn't it?
You know,
because you can't be bothered to shave, and we don't have to look at your face.
Let's look at this from another way. Algared, if you didn't have to go to school every day, you'd be the same as us. No, am I pretty much? No.
No, I would keep the goat.
Oh, we're uncultured swines. All right, okay.
Why did you even have to? I knew Algared wasn't going to get rid of it. No, just
Like, for me, it is a matter of, to take a line from Doctor Who, I make this look good,
If you say so. Right. Let's dodge
Oh,
that
I
bullet
hope
very
so.
quick. All right, let's go on to this underground playground. Oh god, the puns get worse and worse. All right, here we go.
Star Citizen is more than just a space game. As the work continues building out our first-person persistent universe of sundry stunning star systems with planets and professions and possibilities in profusion, one might suspect that the strive is set solely on spreading space-wise. But for the tight team of dedicated developers on EU Sandbox 2, one of their maturing missions is to drill deep down, descending beyond and below the barren bottoms of the beneath, to originate and occasion ongoing opportunities for exciting and edifying experiences for everyone to enter, engage, and enjoy. Yeah.
So we're building a playground where every aspect of the Star Citizen universe game is we're building a playground for all of that's not all there. We're building a playground for the... I've forgotten it already. What is it? This is so irritating. Where? Can I maybe say it another way? Playground, potential, every aspect. We're building a playground where every aspect of Star Citizen gameplay can occur. Thank you. Nailed it. Hello, me again. Second time, but third time for this. Giving you a bit of an update on the underground facilities. So the first time you saw them was at CitizenCon last year. Ian was going through all the concept art. Then last time and first time you saw me, I was going...
Anyone else finding that a little troubling that this footage they're using there is of the current bunkers? They're not updated the bunker missions. They're not updated anyway. Anyone else kind of... I don't know. Maybe just me. All right.
Give it a second. Jesus.
I don't know. Maybe. Okay. All right.
Through the planning and all those riveting Excel sheets. This time I'm showing you where we're at currently in production. We're midway through White Box, and this for us is a good phase for locking down where we're at and where we want to go. It shows us that we can play the spaces, and you'll see that they are quite big, but our intention is to fill them, and missions that we could have kind of go along the lines of, yes, you've got your delivery missions, but also, maybe you're seeking out and protecting a VIP, maybe you're assassinating a VIP, maybe you're doing a bit of a heist, maybe you're just mining or resource collection. Basically, anything that exists currently in the Star Citizen universe and what's to come will also be in here. So try and keep that in mind when we're playing through the spaces. But aside from that, yes, everything is work in progress, so things will change. Just want to get that disclaimer out there now. But I hope you enjoy and seeing where we're up to. Okay, so here we are on Pyro 3. Now we've just placed the UGF here for the moment, just so we can test it on a planet and not worry about it accidentally going into the game before it needs to. And I'm going to take you in. Now, please ignore my flying skills. They're not the best. I'm just here for doing environments. Now, as you can see, it's quite a large...
Please ignore my flying skills as I fly in third-person view.
Yeah, that kind of says everything, doesn't it? You've got a good chip choice, though. I'm sure Badgers would...
But, flying in third person's never the easiest, so...
Moist.
Yeah.
Did you notice how in that shot you could see it in the distance?
Yeah.
Well, it's just huge.
Yeah, they're definitely a bigger version of what we're used to.
It's almost as big as Hurston Tower. Slight exaggeration, but yeah.
I'm just going to say that again for X's benefit. It's huge, because he doesn't hear that in any other aspect of his personal life. Please continue.
Yeah, I do actually. It's using my stomach though, so yeah. Anyway.
Structure on the surface of a planet. There are hangars here. You can land on landing pads. We're thinking about how, the function of the place. So as you can see, it's quite a formidable structure. Hangars on either side, landing pads, so you can move your cargo back and forth. But for us, we're going to just land, hope.
Would have liked to seen a couple of different variants of this, because obviously they're going to work on variants, because you don't want them all to look the same and stuff. But that would maybe in another ISC if they don't show that here. That's something I'd like to see. It does remind me a little bit of the, you know, at ArcCorp, the landing zone, how it almost looks like a spaceship has landed on the surface. That's what it reminds me of. Like a giant spaceship has just landed and somehow deployed. But yeah.
Hopefully on the top. Oh my god, I am really butchering this flight. Whoa. There we go. Okay, so let's get out of this ICs. Now, as we go in,
just not the platform execute.
True.
there are going, like I said before, there's lots of work in progress stuff. There's going to be things clipping in and out. Try to look past that and to what it is we're actually showing. It is still work in progress at the end of the day. So right now we're just dismounting in front of our lobby. If we're on a planet with no atmosphere, we've got these airlocks that you can use to go into the main lobby area. And in we go. Okay, so we're in now, kind of our lobby we'll get into. Here it is. So this, when you first turn up to the UGF and your rep is, you know, rock bottom, you're going to come here first. And this is kind of the introduction to whatever company owns the UGF. And you'll be getting some missions from in this place, but you can see it's quite a, going for that brutalist structure. But
I would hope that this lobby would, going back to what I said about customizable options, I'd want them to have more than a dozen variants, you know, and like to take an example, say we were on Hurston, I'd want to walk in and just know, looking at it, that it's got a Hurston feel, you know. Take some of those gold statues they've got in the, you know, the area at one end, a bit of the, you know, like that gun that was there, it might be an attrition or something like that. You know what I mean? Like I want to walk in and be able to tell from the look what company it is. Like almost have a trivia question where I could take a photo and go, this company is this, just from the look and feel of it, right? But at the moment, if they've got that same architecture every single time, it's going to get repetitive. So this, I guess, obviously might be tier 0 or whatever.
As he said, this is just the undecorated version.
Yep.
And the impression is the fact that he's talked about, you know, the place you get your job from the first companies.
The only reason I bring that up, though,
no doubt,
is it's got all these very steep angles. So my worry is, how do they kind of undo that to a square one? You know, have they actually modeled all in squares and it just happens to be this architecture type? So I don't know. I hope they've, knowing them, they've planned around it. So yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's in many ways is a bit like the space stations where it's procedurally generated.
100% think that's where they're going with all of this. Yeah. Based
on this, I would have thought this, you know, I could see this decorated very easily as a Hurston Dynamics type style with the.
Yep. I'm hoping this is like a default high tech or whatever, you know, and then they've got a low tech one, and you get where I'm going. Anyway, all right, let's keep going.
Yeah.
Having all this glass kind of makes it so you can kind of let the outside in a way, and you can see by looking out these windows, we can kind of take a look at kind of, again, the expanse of the structure. And I think in the background over here, that is another UGF. So like I said, it's quite a big thing on the surface of the planet, which is awesome. So in here, this is not just a through space. We're going to have some offices on the back. And all of these, you know, there's going to be some alternate routes that you can take, but we're building up all these spaces like it's a live-in, breathe-in area.
Actually, it's very Lawville, Algared, you're right.
Definitely more corporate focused
Or Hurston.
on this top level. Now
Yeah,
let's
the
make
lighting
our
kind
way
of
down
screams out, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The lighting
into
that
the
we're using
UGF
there with
itself,
the beams.
because you know that's what this thing's for. So you get the limbo elevator down, and that brings us to this kind of pedestrian entry area. This is where we're going to have some weirdness, and that it clips into our main top of the elevator room, which you can see over there, which is lovely. Let's just make our way through. So there, this is the top elevator room. Again, there's kind of access to the outside, there's access to side rooms and other rooms from here. But essentially, this is where you're going to be in order to get downstairs. You have to.
Did you see that AI walking past? That proves my whole point that the AI works on local servers. Anyway,
Come to a room like this. I'm just going to kind of walk you through it and go to our cargo office. But lots to do, lots of people milling about, lots of space to, you know, to do things. So in we go. So this is our version of our cargo office. So you'd get delivery missions from here. You could buy items, but a lot of our rooms are going to feature this kind of door with pedestrians on either side, and that's just so that we've got that kind of functionality throughout the space where, you know, things will be moving around and really the pedestrians want to be out of the way type of thing. Let's just have a look into the space itself.
they are pretty big spaces, actually, aren't they? I can see many combat options as an example in a space.
And I don't think he hasn't really even got too far underground yet. Well,
No.
I suppose he could be because he took the elevator, but yeah.
Yeah. Badges, what's your thoughts on that from what you've seen so far, combat-wise? I could see all those environments they've shown as combat, yeah? I can't see your badges. Is he talking but not moving his mouth? No, he's just standing and shaking his head. Great, thanks.
Everything's controlled by this kind of observation tower. For us, we're going to head downstairs. And we can do that quite quickly on these kind of smaller pedestrian elevators.
This is a small pedestrian elevator.
So away we go.
It's reminds me of the cable
Now, the
cars
depth
of today.
Yeah.
of the, you know, the first level is going to change in every UGF. No, that's going to be procedurally generated, a lot like the rooms as well.
That's good.
Oh, and the elevator's just kind of moving back up. Now you could take the cargo.
I just want to point this out real quick. Different size cargo containers on there. So that's a good sign.
Elevator down, that's fine, but that's going to be fully automated, whereas these pedestrian elevators are going to be more independent and faster as well. So you can see that disappearing up to the top. So this is our bottom of the elevator room. So again, nice big space, very functional. There's going to be, you know, things loaded on and off. And then this gives us kind of access to the rooms, or the wings on either side, I should say. So as we release more...
Sorry,
I do kind of hope with that cargo elevator going up and down, but if it goes up with cargo, that it's actually offloaded before it goes back down.
Yeah.
Some more. So whether it goes into a room, you know, or whatever, but
There'll be things going up
so it
and
actually
down.
looks like the stuff going down. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I'm just noticing there's a bit of subterranean stuff down here too, so it actually does feel like it's deeper as well, like they've cut into the bare rock and stuff like that. So yeah, interesting.
content for this. You're going to get more expansive wings, different themes, that kind of thing. Now the doors here are a bit misaligned. Again, work in progress.
Sketch Therapy says in chat, is this the next Siege of Orison stage for Hurston? Maybe. Yeah, it could totally be a thing. Why wouldn't you have missions that are on, in the city, under the city, everywhere? Like literally, that it's just connect. Like all we're doing is sitting here and connecting the systems they've got together and showing you what the possibilities are being. And I'm sure you guys have done this as well. We're not freaking geniuses. We're just connecting dots. That's all we're doing. Right.
And this is a security checkpoint. So hopefully you've got the right credentials. You're going to get checked. You're going to get scanned. But what if you haven't got those credentials? Well, there are alternate routes in.
Smuggling. Yeah.
Down here, you can see there's a little hatch. So maybe you're sneaking your way under the floor, or are you making your way
Commonly known as badger's holes.
over the top on piping? Multiple ways in. So again, we're in a bigger room now. In the white box, it's really good to just call out, yes, your alternate routes, yes, your main path, but also where can you get on and off of those? What's rock? What's metal? What's a feature? What isn't? Because if we can call that...
I actually think that's going to be the hardest part, is how do you do procedurally generated rocks?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, so obviously texture's the easy one. Change the rock type to suit the planet or the area that you are. But when it's a more bespoke area, how do you do that? So I guess they could have a lot of different kind of rock shapes, but they fit into the same area. So maybe like 3 or 4 different ones, and they generate one. Do they have rocks that kind of like spawn in over the top of a rock wall? There is ways to do it, but to get that to work procedurally as well as some of the other stuff where you got a straight wall, there's a bit of tricky they're gonna have to play there with a little bit.
My thought would be that it'd have particular room sizes that are already pre-designed.
Yes, but that's the problem though. Is they all look the same? So what I'm trying to say is there a way you can add some things in there to get a bit of variety? Like different like just taking styles as one, they'd have to add rock styles. Is what I'm trying to say. Yeah,
but that will come in with the environment where we've got the environment where you say, okay, this is forest, this is the different biomes. So
what I'm trying to say though,
I know what you're saying, but what they'll have is this is this type of rock, this is granite, this is sandstone.
Yeah, so that's texture. So
area. And so when it's building them, it would actually generate.
Yeah, so that's texture.
That texture for that rock.
Yeah, but then because when you build environments, a biological or natural environment is a lot harder to make look different, right? As opposed to an artificial environment, because most artificial environments are very flat. They're very straight, cut, clean. So when you go into something more organic, to make it look bespoke is a lot harder. So I want to. So what I'm trying to say is I want to see the tricks they're going to use to make that look more original. And there are ways to do it. I just want to know, is that coming now or is it coming later? So yeah.
I certainly think that aspect comes in more if you're doing the natural cave things like a Janolan cave or a.
Goes out to what you said though, even forests as well. Like how do they do that?
Yeah. But when you're doing the actual carved out rooms, these are rooms that have been carved out and manufactured. So having more of these, having a generic look, is not as bad as a natural cave having that look.
Parker has a good point in YouTube chat. You could also do it with terrain deformation. That is true. If they can get that planetary tech to work on the walls, yeah, absolutely they could do that. But I've never seen that done before in a game. But hey, we got plenty of new tech in this game. That's definitely a thing they could do. They could take the terrain tech and apply it to the walls. Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good suggestion, Parker. I didn't even think of that until you said it. Yeah, that's a really good idea. All right.
That out now, it means that we're giving people more information as they go into the next phase. And so this is just an example of maybe a rock room, which kind of just links 2 rooms together. Maybe there's some storage.
This is just a carved out room, so
yeah, but like when you put that into procedural system, that's my concern. It's like, oh, it's the same cave again, but the texture's changed.
But because they're carved out rooms, I don't see an issue. It's when you go into the more natural rooms, that's where you're going to have that real issue of, okay, yeah, it's looking exactly the same. There's no difference. But when they're just carved out rooms, if you've got a carved out circular room,
I
it's going to be a carved out circular room.
But it's always the same shape, and that's my concern, right? As I said,
but if you're building it,
yeah, but it's natural versus artificial, and
yeah, but
you don't see it the same way. That's fine. If you don't see it the same way, that's fine. I'm just telling you, my experience in game development is telling me organic is a lot harder to pull off than.
And I'm not saying the organic's not, but what I'm saying is these rooms are carved out rooms. They're manufactured rooms. They've gone in. They've got their borers. They've gone through.
Every carved out room, every carved out room would be bespoke. Is my point.
Yeah, and the only thing there.
Can I just jump over this because I forgot to put stairs in?
It's the textures.
Over to the other side. And these are kind of our biggest doorways, but I'm not going to go down this, but we're going to have smaller doors into the space. So in here, it's kind of like, well, where do these lead? We're going to have to wait for that, I'm afraid. So that one up there, that's where you'd kind of navigate to each room through the ceiling. So we're back in that big room from before. Now, when the rooms are this big, we can do a bit more with them. So there's an area out back here. There's, rooms and maybe even some control points. So what if this bridge, I know it's a little blurred over this chasm, what if you could retract that back and forth? What if it's not even there? How are you going to make your way across? That's not for me to decide, it's for you as the player when you're getting in and out to decide. But for the moment, we're just going to make our way through. Yeah, if you fall down there, you're probably going to die, so watch out for those kind of things. But there's still, hopefully you can find your way on these main routes. Some side rooms you could play, but then also, this bit's under construction now, but I wonder what it's going to be in the future. And, having all these spaces kind of to this level of detail, it's really rough, as you can see, but I'm walking around unhindered. I can step up and down this thing. I can see where kind of a building might be or where we could have mission spawners, or maybe that's where you need to get to. You've got this main route, but we've also considered the alternate route. So if you're sneaking in, where can you go? And this is kind of predominantly, well, actually, having said that, there's pipes up there, so you could go from the ceiling or you could go underneath. And then how do you sneak around? What if people are down there and they spot you? You've got to contend with that. And then this is more of a hero room at the moment. This is like a warehouse. So this is same level of detail as the rest that we've just walked through, but the lighting's had a bit of a better pass on it. We're midway through this white box process at the moment. Things can change still. Maybe the alternate route is where that guy in red is down there, but if you fall down that one, you might end up breaking your legs. All of these containers, maybe the straddle frames are moving things around. Potentially, if you're...
Makes me wonder of different movement things they could have in the game. So like grappling hooks and things like that. Are you going to be able to purchase things so you can traverse better?
On a mission where you want to steal something, maybe it's in one of those containers. Hopefully a big, working space, sandbox within a sandbox, you could say. What I do like about this room is that you've got these straddle frames, why not get onto the top of them and get to the cabin? Also, when you're in the depths of the room, it's kind of like you've got these big piles of crates. Maybe you're sneaking between them. Maybe you're rifling through the contents of one and then trying to get out. So there we go. That's where we're currently at. Like I said, we're midway through white box. We've got a bit of time left to polish these rooms up and get the rest done. We're more or less at about 17 rooms, and then each of those rooms will have 2 overlays. So plenty of content for this initial release. Hope you enjoyed it.
So what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that the new underground facilities are making their way through the pipeline from concept to planning to white box with the intention to make
What
their
was that?
debut on the planets of Stanton
That was
and
Vanity.
Cairo and beyond.
No.
That the
back
procedural assembly of a multitude of
he's
room types will enable nearly
putting his
every
thumbs up.
aspect of Star Citizen's current
Jared.
gameplay to occur inside them. And that even though they told me not spaceships, I'm never gonna not bet on the Star Citizen community. I believe in you. Now remember that Alpha 318 is available now to all players on OpenPTU, so check that out for more on Star Citizen's next major release. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. We'll see you all here next week.
What was that bit where he had his thumbs up and you saw it was the wide shot?
It was a photo of Jared replaying Indiana Jones. As
I don't think that was Jared. I think that was in game.
No, it wasn't. It was Jared. It was Jared shaved. It was, as I said, it was Vanity. And I do not play into Jared's Vanity, so I'm not going back. Anyway.
Fucking rude.
Well, you can go look it for yourself, but I guarantee you it's him redoing a scene from Indiana Jones. All right, questions, of which we have many. Dan Little says, are there any Titansuit variants? Absolutely. So back when me and Algared was doing the Caterpillar video, they used to call them exosuits. And one of the very first ones they mentioned was industrial suits and things like that, wasn't there, Algared?
Mm-hmm. Which made us go, ooh, Ripley. So, well, made me go, ooh, Ripley.
Yeah. So for the longest time, me and Algared were running with the theory that the cutter could, in fact, be a Titan suit that's like, you know, a Jaws of Life type thing in one hand and like a tractor beam on the other. So an industrial version of that.
Mm.
And I still think we're going to get that eventually. Something to that ilk, you know, like a salvage suit or a mining suit. There's your competitor to the Rock DS right there. You know, a mining, you know, like a big laser drill on one arm and a tractor beam on the other. I could so see that. And you literally pick the rocks up and, you know, break
Put
them
them
up.
in a backpack.
Yep, or halt, you know, move them somewhere that someone can do it with the Rock DS or with a hand tool or something like that, or just cut it out and, you know, throw it outside so a mole or a prospector can do it, you know, things like that. So, right. What else was there? Was there any other suits you can think of besides the industrial?
No, well, military, industrial, you know, and well, repair. But you know,
Yep.
Where do you say what's not industrial? Like, you know, do you say cargo loaders are industrial? Do you say repairs industrial? Do you say salvage is industrial?
Yeah, all those.
But all of those suits kind of fall in as options that you could do. And I could see all of them being used at some point. So never say never, I suppose, is the approach to use with Star Citizen.
Yeah. No, I almost think the default Titan suit is the power loader, the cargo loader. And like we've talked about, you and I have mentioned that, you know, a big truck that can carry the big raft style or the hull C style cargo containers. But I think the middle ground between that and the mole is probably something like a Titan suit, you know. And I just don't see them passing up the opportunity to have a power loader in the game.
For ages, I couldn't see them passing up the opportunity to do that power loader and have a Ripley style thing, because it's another callback. Like, that's what the Reclaimer is. The Reclaimer is a callback to with all those Nostromo vibes. So why wouldn't you go that extra yard?
There's a good one from Lord Hollington in Twitch chat, says science to protect you against radiation stuff. Absolutely. A Titan suit to go into a hazardous environment. Yeah, that's a no-brainer. 100% agree with that one. All right. Next question.
Fifth Dread has a question. Fifth Dread says, should we have full-on Mech Warrior in Star Citizen? I think they will have Mech Warrior in Star Citizen at some point.
Mech Warrior is really big suits that are
Titan
like...
suits, yep.
No. They're really big, like as big as a spaceship.
Yeah, I know.
Thing.
They're like
I don't think
person in the big seat.
I don't think we will see that, honestly. I think we'll have a standardized like to metrics type of thing. So I think it's more like a, you know, like a mech warrior is it's almost like Voltron, you know, like
Yep.
so it's a bit bigger than that. I don't think we'll quite. So maybe down the line in many years, yes, possibly. But I think initially, yeah, Titan suits for me are like inside tanks. Is where I think the concept came in because it gives you a bit of more dynamic gameplay inside. But that facility we just saw, I could see a Titan suit running around in there with a cargo loader. You know, you set off an alarm and the cargo loader comes after you, and so all of a sudden it's firing, you know, tractor beams at you, trying to throw cargo containers at you or something like that. And I could see that as a thing. What about you, Badges? What's your thoughts on that, Badge?
First off, mate, just so you know, you haven't changed the view back for us, so I'm staring at the horrors of your recommended list on YouTube.
Okay, thank you for telling me.
No worries. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see like that sort of mech stuff. I think that might be a little bit too far into the kind of. I mean, I don't want to say that's almost fantastical science fiction. And I know there's a lot of fantastical science fiction in this, but I think, you know, the other difference is that it starts to confuse with other brands. So yeah, I find it unlikely.
I could see it down the track, but I don't see why you couldn't. But yeah, you know,
it would be.
Am I going to be shattered if they don't? No.
I'd love to see, like, you know, Titan suits and tanks fighting it out, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a variant where there's like a Titan suit literally ripping, you know, almost like Hulk, if you remember the Hulk movie where he's spinning the tank around,
ripping the
like a can opener,
ripping the turret off the tank. Yep,
something to that effect. Anyway, would be kind of cool.
Anyway, Jake Hiroshi says, "Will we ever have Warhammer style battle run, rampaging across the stars in Titan suits?"
I don't know. Do you identify as a battle nun? Because if so, then yes, why not? No, I don't think there's.
I'd read that as battle runs rather than.
I just take it as a battlefield type game that happens to have a Titan suit as a vehicle, and I could so see that, especially if you had one that's kind of like you add a jetpack to it, you know, and then you the advantage you have over a tank, or it makes it harder for a tank to shoot you, is that you can go a bit vertical. I could so see that, and even different variants of Titan suits. So like a light one that flies, so to speak, and then a heavier one that's, you know, maybe got a shield or something like that. I don't know. It depends where they want to take it. It's creative freedom.
Yeah, I see Titan suits is more power armor rather than, as in 40k, rather than mechs. And I think that's the difference. You're looking at power armor or for the individual rather than the giant mechs. But so does that mean they won't have mechs down the track? No, but it's less likely. But I certainly think it's more power armor and armored up, you know, and big heavy armor and all the rest of it. But
that was the other thing when they did talk about exosuits. They actually did talk about different sizes too, like a light, medium, heavy thing, very similar to what we're having game with, like for players. So Titan suits is like the next level up where you go light, medium, heavy. So you could essentially just have like a frame, but then like a frame with armor, and then different levels of armor is another way they could do it. We're just speculating here. But that is one way they could do it. So you could even have one that just has armor at the front and no armor at the back and things like that. So, which leans into things like the industrial and stuff. So one that might carry tools on the back, another, if it's a military one, you know, different guns. Like even the one in this picture, you can see he's got a massive big lightning gun of some description. So we also know that they played with size guns for the shoulders. Titan suits in the concepts as well.
I can remember that very early on, they talked about the Titan suit, you know, basically having an attachment. So you click a size 1 ship weapon onto the gun, onto the Titan suit, and it could do that. So that gave you an idea of that. Maxwell TV in chat kind of said like aliens, and that's the idea we had with the power loader. That you'd see that Ripley's power loader was just a cry out for aliens, with the Reclaimer having that that vibe and everything else. So yeah,
There's another one right there, a hunting Titan suit. Allowing you to take on things like the Boreal Stalker and stuff like that you just normally couldn't take on because they're too big and too ferocious. 100% could see that. A bounty hunting one, to help you take down possible bigger aliens that we might get down the road. Like, how do you take out some Vandal that's wild in the system, as an example? Or it just helps you overpower that human target.
And for those nature lovers out there, hunting a boreal stalkers is not a bad thing. They're genetically engineered by Microtech because they wanted an apex predator on their planet because why not?
Medical variant as well. More storage for materials or to heal people. Even allows you to pick people up and carry them, so you don't need a stretcher. There's a whole bunch of reasons why I could see they could do that. So if you think about it, eventually we could probably see a variant of it. It's quite a good concept, really, and that's why I think I don't know. Leave it at that, I think.
Yeah.
All right, next question.
Patrick S. Orbital drop pods for Titan suits. Believe it or not, Patrick, they are called nails. They're used by the military, and CIG have previously said, no, we won't have them. They are in game. It's a military tool.
So I'm going to correct you on that, Algared. The nails are for the military troops. He said orbital drop pods for Titan suits.
Yeah.
So what is him?
And I would imagine...
You reckon they go inside the nails as well? Maybe. I kind of go towards more like a ship for Titan suits. And I'm going to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised when Titan suits come online if they don't also sell a ship that works directly with them. I'd be very surprised, especially in that regard. So, like, think Valkyrie, but for Titan suits. Actually,
drop pods.
Actually, the Valkyrie would work fairly well with them, actually, if you think about it. Cyclone size, medium vehicle, Titan suit, medium.
If you've got a vehicle that's dropping off the Titan suits and they're walking out the back, that's fine. But if you're talking drop pods, like nails, no. Because CIG, that's one thing CIG said, hey, yeah, we've got it, but we're not going to introduce it, at least in the near future. Maybe down the track we'll see it, but
a Valkyrie variant that does Titan suits, I could see that.
But orbital drop pod, no. I think that's the key there, the orbital drop pod, and I don't see it. So,
well, it would depend when like if they allow you to have jetpacks or jump packs attached to Titan suits, and they've talked about that they want to do, whether it's parachutes or whatever, you could use any ship then, couldn't you? It really depends on the suit, not so much the ship, because you could just use any ship, couldn't you, essentially, if you really wanted to. It would depend on the Titan suits they build. So if they built a kind of drop suit that's built around that tech. Massive parachutes for Titan suits? I don't know. We'll have to see.
That would be different from still orbital drop pods. So
I
don't see drop pods, but other means, because we have seen parachutes, we have seen them talk jetpacks, but not from orbit. If a dragonfly is not supposed to be able to fly down from orbit.
Badges, do you want to weigh on that from a military perspective? What do you think they're more likely to do if you had to?
It's not so much from a military perspective. For myself, I think it's more a gameplay perspective. It's like, what's the drawback?
Exactly.
What is it about Titan suits that stop them being just? And we've got a question coming up about this, but what is it that stops them just being the de facto choice over everything else? And for me, I think there's basically three parts to that. I think if you get into a Titan suit, you're in it. And it's not a case of, I'll just eject from it. I don't think that's going to be the case. If you're in it, you are in it. And, to get someone out of it is going to have to remove them from that scenario first.
Straight away, my brain goes to an EMP grenade.
Yeah, exactly that. I think one of the next ones will be that it's maneuverability.
Yep. So, as I said,
I can see it.
Inside for tanks, Much like in World War II, all the tanks usually had a squad that walked with them to stop people just walking up and stuffing with them. It's exactly the same thing. You're covering each other's backsides, essentially.
Yeah, exactly that. But, things like, being able to move around particularly rocky outcrops and that's not something the Titan suit can do. And maybe the idea of dropping, they can't drop as far because their weight self-defeats. And I think another easy way to do that is to make them not the de facto choice is how long the charge holds for.
Well, I think it also comes into the light, medium, and heavy stuff. So if you have a lighter Titan suit, it's probably heaps quicker, and so its thing is about movement and trying to dodge shots. Where a heavy one can probably take them, but moves at a much slower pace. But that's where I come to. It's just like where you'd come with light, medium, and heavy on a human level. You just take that, roll it up, but I think you'd go. Generally, they're slower. And
faster in straight lines. In terms of being able to just so. To reference Warhammer, because someone's done that already, the Space Marines were supposed to go into like almost this long sort of moonwalk style run where they just in straight lines, they're great. But that's not, if they're trying to weave, they can't do that because it only works in straight lines. But they're not just balancing the Titan suits against each other, they're balancing the Titan suits against the light, medium, and heavy armor that we have now.
And themselves as well. So
yeah, absolutely. But it's like, well, if I can mount a size 1 gun to my arm, why would I ever get in heavy armor? And it's how do they balance that side of it? There's like you guys have already said, there's endless usability in Titan suits. There's endless ways we could use them.
I think a really good analogy
to keep the balance.
I think a really good analogy you could take from the game is the same as ships with small, medium, large, and capital. That rock, paper, scissors analogy. It's the same thing. We've now got 3 points on the ground. You've got humans, Titan suits, and then vehicles. So you can use that same analogy, and then it goes even into it again because you've got light, medium, and heavy of the Titan suits. You've got light, medium, and heavy in the humans, and then you've got light, medium, and heavy in the vehicles. Believe it or not. So it's just it's the same thing if you look at it. And I have every confidence they can pull it off.
Yeah.
So
Hello, Starjump in chat, by the way.
Hey, Grim.
Yeah, and one of the other things that they can do with it is that the actual Titan parking recharging module thing can take SCU space.
There's another one.
So it needs like a 4x4 or a 4x2 SCU grid that it slots into. That's how and you physically got to go in and like bolt people into this thing, and you just kind of
you even brought up
seal the suit around them.
You also brought up power. Does this thing run on fuel that runs out? So is there a fuel variant that you can use that? Okay, you've got 1 hour before you've got to and you got to drop yourself out. So there's a lighter variant that just runs on fuel, but then you got a heavier one that works on a nuclear reactor. You know what I mean? There you go again. Yes. So there's different ways you can balance. Like we already have that in game right now, and I've been talking about this a little bit. Ballistics and armor are very temporary but stronger. Where you've got more sustained things like lasers and shields. It's the same thing. Like, do you get crazy and give shields to Titan suits so they can take on a tank? Like these are so many questions that they have to ask, and when it comes back to it, it'll all be there for balance at the end of the day. That they will figure out what is required.
I really like the idea of the medevac version of the Titan suit having no weapons, but having a shield generator. So it becomes dual role in like the initial phases of an assault. They actually walk forward with the troops and they've got this bubble that the troops are using for cover. And then they back off, they let that recharge after the shields get shot out, everyone else is fighting. And then it's the shields that they go up, they stabilize someone, they pick them up, and then they're using this long loping run to get back to wherever the medical ships are.
I don't know about you, I always think of the one from StarCraft. The medics in StarCraft, they had a shield, and then their other hand was like this needler thing. So in our case, that the med gun would be pretty much permanently attached to their hand. So they're going to do stuff with their hands, pick someone up, quickly med them, cover them, run with them with a shield or whatever. Maybe the shield deploys and it's a It's a bed as well, so
No.
it puts the shield down, put them on the shield, and carries the
If
shield.
they do physical shields, I want that, and I want a thunder hammer.
Yeah.
And I just want to walk around going to people, we're playing a game of whack fuck here. Whack fuck! Because this guy just disappears into the distance. And,
yeah.
I
see that being a thing with a Titan suit, like just like literally club, like an Ogren, just like, and just like in Lord of the Rings,
suit.
you know, Lord of the Rings, how he does the
Sauron.
Sauron. Yeah, and they're just like flying. yeah, 100%. All right,
give a Dark Lord from now on.
Okay.
Benjamin Frick has a question. He says, first Titan suit that we will have access to. First Titan suit that we have access to combat or cargo moving variant. My gut says cargo moving variant.
It depends how they want to do it.
Yeah.
And I let's be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if we see. You can look at it two ways. How they've been selling things at the moment is very spread out. So I think in quick succession you'd see a couple of them come out. So you'd probably see a light, medium, heavy type thing come out. And if it fell on Invictus, I'd go military. If it fell on IAE, I would say cargo. So yeah, it just depends where it lines up.
Based on depending on how they do it, I could even go, why not both?
Exactly.
As the first one, because there's so much variation that could come. And even if they just brought out the basic military, one with a weapon and basic one for loading cargo, and then there's more variants of those that come down the track, but still...
Yeah, we haven't even got into manufacturers yet. So we've got the mule and we'll get other things. You could have a light cargo one and a heavy cargo one, and you get where I'm going with that very quickly, and to pip you at the post, Algared, Kruger. I could so see Kruger going into Titan suits very, very quickly.
For military, yeah.
Yeah.
Have one that has their weapons on it, Yeah, I could see that.
But even going into things like the Archimedes and stuff as well. So going off into things that go into, just because of what they make is that smaller type of ship. I could see them going into like the medical possibly is even well. I also think of things like Care Life and stuff like that. I can also see them going into things where it's Kruger working with other, like they work with the Constellation. I could also see them working with other manufacturers and stuff like that as well.
They already do work with manufacturers. That's my Kruger
point.
Are a company that makes all the components. They custom design components and they make them. So almost every weapon you fire probably has Kruger triggers on it. Almost every ship has Kruger parts that have been specifically designed and made and manufactured. They created the Tiger Shrek weapon because they went, we make every part of a gun. We just don't make the gun. Let's make the gun. And that's the same with a ship.
So real quick, Daily Noob just said in Twitch chat, an Argo one would be really cool. An industrial Argo cargo loader. So take the yellow power loader and make it orange. Poof. Wow, yeah, I see that 100%. Yeah.
100% see that.
Yeah.
Badges? You look like you were going to say something before.
Sorry, gents, I got to take this.
Okay.
Cool.
So we'll go on to the next question. North End Trooper says, can you expand on the Gladius and the radar or the map? That bit confused me. So can you expand on the Gladius and the radar or map? That bit confused me.
I don't remember talking about a Gladius today. At all.
No, I don't recall talking about a Gladius.
But the map, that was what Badges was talking about in regards to the Squadron monthly. Yeah, exactly. North End Trooper, the monthly update. I don't remember him mentioning the Gladius, but I did remember him saying that the map system is now done for Squadron 42. But that does mean when they roll it over to Star Citizen, it's a lot further along than people expected. I think at the very least. I don't know that for me, as I said, I've said that to Space when I was one of his episodes. If all I got this year was a map update, I'd be pretty happy. So yeah, I don't know about you, Algared.
And I think, having the map updated would be awesome. Having it be able to be use a ship version of a map rather than having to pull up a mobi glass, and have it be reliable would be fantastic. I think if you're looking at the Squadron 42 update, and they talked about the Gladius, well, the Gladius is the default ship that you start off in Squadron 42. So it's your go-to fighter. So anything they do on the Gladius to tune it and make
like the
it better
test bed, isn't it?
It's just it is a test bed for. It was a test bed for all their small ships. I don't know whether it still is, but it's certainly the one that's had.
They also used
It certainly had the building blocks first and
all the HUD stuff first, all that type of stuff. So it's had a lot of first. So it's a very polished ship. But again, that'll roll out to everything eventually.
I also think it was the first one to get the little compartment for putting armor
and the
or
storage
stuff,
as well. And that's rolled out.
Sorry about that, gents. I'm back with you now.
It's all good. It's also rolled out to other things like the Mule and other vehicles as well. So we've seen it bear fruit, essentially.
Yeah.
So the question, you might be able to answer this better than us, Badges. Do you want to reread the question for Badges, Algared?
So the question was, can you expand on the Gladius and the radar or map? That bit confused me. So
yes. So this is from I've actually got this up somewhere. Yeah, so it's from the Squadron 42 one.
Yep.
Here we go. The new star map was enabled as the radar in the Gladius, which can transition between radar and full screen modes and power on and off. The initial implementation of the new display markers was completed too. So it looks like the star map and our radar are effectively one and the same thing, and you'll just be able to toggle between the two. Which is
very cool.
And that goes to what we were saying regarding the Gladius being the test bed and the one that gets all the stuff, because it is the ship of Squadron 42. That you're flying. You might be on an Idris, you might be on a Javelin, but you're flying a Gladius 90% of the time.
Which,
sorry, it's a green M&M, and so it green.
Lol.
As my students go, lol.
Yeah.
Oh God.
God, what kind of students do you have?
I think from the sounds of it, the further you zoom into the star map, the less it's the star map, and the more it becomes your situational awareness, which is it's a really cool, neat trick.
Yeah.
The more they can do that and tie that stuff together and allow us to draw all the information from one source rather than, I've got radar. Oh, Mobiglass. Oh, back to radar. Oh, back to Mobiglass.
Yeah.
That's just, it's a ball ache. And
it's what we've been saying across the board. It's that cross pollination of tools, and as I said earlier, we are not geniuses. We're just connecting dots. I was on Space Tomatoes thing, and I brought this up with you guys about when we were talking about the cities, and I said, wouldn't it be cool if you could have the construction go up and down of buildings, and as the population of cities in the Quanta went up and down, you could almost actually have dynamic cities. So, they expand out, and then as the population goes down, maybe there's abandoned buildings appear. They become a bit more decrepit and stuff like that. That is a thing that we could get to. If you want to go, if they want to go that far, I was just saying it was possible. Yeah. And man, I got flamed. I was like, people going, that's just stupid.
Don't get me wrong. Sometimes you and I really don't see the eye, like your salvage cutter is just like fucking madness. But having said that,
if that comes true, man, you have to buy one. If it comes true, you have to buy one. That's the deal.
I will fly it into your Kraken until your Kraken dies.
Okay, that's fine.
I think that's a fair call, though, given you bagged me on that. But
like what you're saying about buildings going up, it's like, what did the people think was going to happen when we find new systems and new planets?
Right.
What?
Here's the deal.
One day you're there, there's nothing. The next day there's an entire major landing zone. Like the whole idea of construction in stages.
It'll be between patches. So every time there's a maintenance cycle or something like that. Just want to add this real quick. You have to buy it if it's a real thing, and it has to be called Execute Was Right. There you go. That's the deal. That's the deal.
So
one of these days, I'm going to learn my lesson. I'm going to have a pad of paper and a pen here, so I can write things like fuck am I?
I would go as far as say you've got to buy it, but I wouldn't, or at least get one. But I wouldn't say you've got to name it Execute Was Right.
Why?
Maybe I was wrong, but that.
I'll call the Javelin that Algared's going to give me execute was right.
That's funny because there's no way he's giving you javelin. But anyway.
Yeah, I know.
That's why he's guaranteeing he'll call it execute was right.
You know how Forrest Gump had Jetty 1 through 13? That's probably what they're going to be called, Algared 1 through 3.
Harsh.
Just,
but
yeah.
With in terms of the idea of the settlements growing and shrinking, I don't know why people think it's insane. Like, that's the type of thing Chris has said he wanted the settlements to do. If it's going well, you'll see buildings are empty, you'll see graffiti, you'll see rubbish. If it's a thriving community, you'll see all the places filled, you'll see clean. To go from growing and smalling or buildings falling apart or new buildings being built, that's not that distant. That's not that strange. And I've got to tell you, I've said it many times, that's the type of doing that to a settlement, seeing a settlement grow and helping it grow and stay stable. That's, for me, is the jam. You know, that's...
Agreed.
It's a common misconception. It's not a beard. It's just moss. It's just moss growing on his face.
Because Algared is making a really, really good point.
And we're just fucking around.
Building stuff. But I've just seen Click 2005 in Twitch, and I'm going to make you read this, X. He said what?
He said, greetings, citizens. I think no, I was trying to find it. I think Badges has a beard. And that's why I said, no, it's not a beard, it's just moss.
I was going to say, Hook 2005, mate, you are the first and last, probably, person today to call it a beard. Everyone else has just called it shit. Yeah.
I've just said it's not.
It's just the food that he left behind. It's actually barbecue sauce or something like that. I don't know.
People I used to know would have said that was a porn star, you know. A weird.
I think it's true.
I've come to clean the hot tub in your Phoenix.
Yeah.
Tub in my Phoenix.
Oh, God. This went downhill real fast.
We're all laughing because we've all seen that one.
We've got a different...
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just here to lower the tone.
Yes. Right, next question.
Ace Homebone has a question. Are the Titansuits going to be in PU? If so, everyone will wear them and make the other suits a lot less valuable. Yes, if they are, yes, they would. And that goes back to what Badges was saying earlier about balancing it so that the reasons for, certain environments you will certainly want them, other environments you wouldn't. So
if you even look at the one that we looked at the ISC just then, they had those smaller tunnels and stuff like that. They're going to have restrictions, like just like jump points. Think of that in door terms. The Titansuit's got to go around, but the troops can go straight through.
Yeah.
Same thing with vehicles. Vehicles are big again. They've got to go through the... It's exactly the same thing. You just take the analogies they've done with the ships and scale it down, and you can see how they can do it very, very quickly. That's why I said I'm not worried, because we've seen what the things they've created with the ships. They just take those and build those in to other things inside structures.
There's so many things, as X is already saying, that you can take examples from, and also clearly this is a space game, so they're not going to try and detract from that. But it's all about the ships. They're not going to make it just about the suits, but the suits will have drawbacks. As X said, maybe you just EMP one, and that's the end of that story for 30 seconds. And
I even go to mines. So mines for humans, like laser trip mines, but then there's also like a magnetic mine that connects to the Titan suit and blows it up. But it can't, the humans can go past because there's no problem. It gives you that dynamic gameplay as well, because it's like, well, I can't go there, so look, I'll stay here and cover you. But you go over there and try and press that button so it turns all the mines off or something like that. You can see the gameplay just makes itself when you put all these little things in.
Even in the things we've seen in the past. So if you remember back, execute to the 2014 PAX Australia, where they talked about EMP grenades, which would disable, attachment. If you've got a prosthetic, it would disable the prosthetic. If you've got a power suit, it would disable the power suit. So they've already talked about that. They've already talked these are the things we want to do.
They went as far, Algared, to talk about. Sorry, just while we're on the prosthetics, they talked about like machine ones being disabled like that. But if you actually had a whole regrown limb, it wouldn't have that problem. So things like that. So you know, you're 100% correct.
Yep.
Different strengths and weaknesses of different things. 100% agree with you on that. Yeah.
So yeah, they've already.
I think we lost.
So sorry, I just got very, very excited. Just because I have seen in the Squadron 42 thing, they are actually currently working on prosthetics for one of the factions.
Which faction?
I'll see if I can find it whilst you guys are talking, but that is, they are working on it for one of the factions.
Well, that ties in with this this question, because North End Trooper has a question, and he says, compared to older monthly reports, how does this monthly report fare? Seems more goodies within the monthly report.
I think it's because they're, you know, the meetings kicked off. You got to remember, like, a lot of this stuff we get is a couple of weeks out of date. So, like, to give an example of that underground stuff, that was 2 weeks ago, because it takes them we've heard that it takes them 2 weeks to produce a video. So they're 2 weeks further along now than where they were there, you know, so they're always progressing. And it's the same thing. I would say things like this. It was last month. You got to remember that. It's a whole month ago. So where are they now? You know what I mean? So the stuff we're getting out in essentially is out of date, you know, as soon as it's printed, like the newspaper.
I've got to admit, I always think there's goodies in the monthly report. It's just some of them are more under the hood, and some of them are more accessible. And it's just
Sorry,
always goodies under the hood, but
so it's in the art stage. So the character art team, February saw the character art team continue work on the Screaming Galsons faction, including a set of cybernetic arms that the team are excited to implement. Cybernetic arms.
Sorry, hang on.
It's coming.
To join the Screaming Gulls, you got to rip your arms off and have cybernetic ones attached. Oh, awesome!
I said this to you, Algared, when we first saw.
It's not a scratch.
When we first saw prosthetics, was ones that are not just hands, but almost like Captain Hook in a way, right? If you take that analogy, like there might be a guy that's like a full military guy, so he's just gone a full gun arm. You know, there's a guy that's really into salvage, so he's gone full salvage. And the way the biggest tip of the hat that I can give is, you think of that lady that was at in Nyx. You know, she had the kind of yellow industrial leg with the working pistons and stuff like that. So you lean into the profession that you do. You know, I lost my arm in a mining accident, but I'm a miner, so I took advantage of it, and now I have a permanent mining tool. You know, it allows me to use a bigger tool because I'm using an artificial arm and things like that. So, yeah. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think that down the track that is a way they'll lean into, where you know, you take a disadvantage and make it an advantage? So, you know, there might be a guy that lost both his legs, so essentially he puts on bionic legs that allows him to run faster or quieter. You know, much like Cyberpunk. Lean into something like Cyberpunk and you get some ideas pretty quickly, yeah?
He takes on a pepper pot base and becomes a Dalek or a Davros, yeah. I could see that.
Yeah, even Mantis Blades, I could see something like that for a stealth smuggler person or whatever. Allows him to climb walls, you know? Like, there's a whole bunch of things they could lean into there if they really, really wanted to. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to follow Twitch chat because someone said someone's annoying them, and I'm trying to figure out who it was. Anyway, what was that, Badges?
Spider Pig. Yeah, no. I think, you know, we've already seen, they've already talked about varying qualities of prosthetics. So again, you know, I'm just interested in what is the choice, what's the trade-off.
Yeah.
So I can get this thing that, you know, maybe it's got an advanced scanner in it. Maybe it's got the ability to, you know, provide me with a level of hacking that I would need some pretty detailed kit with. And because it's in my arm, I can quite happily walk through checkpoints and basic scanners and not be spotted with it. And you know, that's the criminal side.
The data running thing, the hacking thing from Cyberpunk, like, yeah, 100%.
Exactly
yeah.
sorry, go.
I was going to say, but you're also going to be looking at the cost of the item. So
Yep.
low cost, no thrills, industrial piston leg is not going to be as good as, say, a high level industrial digital attachment. So
even organic would be probably the most, because it looks like you haven't even lost anything. So yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, like Parker in YouTube chat has just said, is like the fact that you could configure your arms, so you can have bits, and you can have effectively like a small utility slot, and you can do this, that, and the other with it. Maybe there's even ones that are made to mimic human arms, but they're hollow in a point, so you can sneak a pistol or a blade into stuff. Yeah. So there's a whole bunch of stuff you could do with it. You could really have fun.
I'm just going to throw this
on hand. Yep.
Just going to throw this out there as a thought bubble. Alien prosthetics. It goes to a whole different level, you know, like the Zion one is just your hand hovers.
And you know, this is the thing, right? Is that we look at things like this, and people are like, "Well, you're taking this one feature too far," right? We've just watched an ISC. The next time you're running around one of those bunkers, think of that ISC that we just thought, right? They went, "Oh, we're just going to make another one of these." Like they've made it 25, 30 times the size. It's interchangeable. It's going to be modular. It's got hangars. It's got landing zones. It's got rep-gated bloody landing areas and accesses. It's going to be procedurally generated. It's like they are going all out on that sort of stuff. I think it's, you know, this sort of stuff is coming. It's just a case of it's not going to be anytime soon.
And it's the space game.
Yeah.
Even going back, kind of combining a little bit what you just said there with the procedurally generated, and what Algared said about the different industrial levels, you could have procedurally generated different looking arms. Just from different segments, you know, and again, just start combining the tech that you know it exists in the game, and you can extrapolate some pretty insane things very, very quickly. And that's how I came up with the expanding city things. I'm not as I've said 3 times now. I'm not a genius. I'm just connecting dots. That's all I'm doing.
I've just, like, for the criminal undermined, I've just seen this amazing mission where you've got this absolute, like, you know, rich kid, daddy's pampered little boy sort of thing, and he's got a prosthetic arm, and it does nothing special, but it's just encrusted with rare gems and everything. So you get this mission to stun him and nick his prosthetic arm, and then strip it down for parts. I mean, you can have so much fun with this stuff.
You're a bit of a Rocket Raccoon fan, I think, but
just take his prosthetic arm and then beat him to death with it. But like, there's so much fun you can have with
Obviously, you're a United Workers Union member, aren't you?
There's a funny mission there somewhere with someone like with a rocket leg, and I just see this rocket leg like flying across, and it like just smacks some kind of tight suit boss in the face and knocks him out.
I couldn't go drinking with someone like that, because I'd be 5 points in, I'd be like, click. Dude, you gotta stop doing that. You're gonna get thrown out. Like, oh dear.
Boom. Yep.
But that
hit the roof, fall back down. Yep.
We haven't gone into other ones yet. Like, cause you obviously go into augments like you do in Cyberpunk. Eyes, nose, mouth, ears, the other senses as well, not just touch and stuff. You know, maybe there's someone that has expanded their brain in a way. So, you know, that maybe they got shot, you know, so they lost a part of their brain, and so they've had a digital one put in. We don't know where they're going to go. And essentially, you know, ones that don't really require art assets, so like it's an internal brain thing, that's just a modifier, a couple of lines of codes, you know, and you're done. So they're really low hanging fruit ones that I expect to see. You know, is there someone that's a translator? So we know, you know, you could probably talk to this Algared more than me. You know, like someone like Jail, you know, that goes out of the way to actually learn the language, or does someone, you know, all right, stuff this, I'm just going to lean into that, and they buy a module with a CPU that's somewhere in their brain and it is rapidly allows them to translate. There's so many, like I could sit here and just come up with endless combos, yeah? Like it's just, you can see where it can all go.
I have never seen chat so excited as the thought of which body parts you could steal in which awful situations and how you can leave people completely screwed over. Both chats just like, nick his leg and run away.
Yeah. Well, we're all
it's nice to know we're at home amongst fellow degenerates.
Yes, that's
welcome aboard.
Yeah.
So I'm going to change the topic slightly. Dan Little 2010 says, if you have hostess or hottess, are they desk mounted or chair mounted?
I don't have any sticks whatsoever. I am friends with Trapal from Predator Mounts, and he keeps wanting me to buy sticks, but or even offered to give me some sticks. But it's just not my forte. I've always been a mouse and keyboard user, and I still like. He's invented those really cool sticks that shift out of the way very quickly, but I don't like the changeover time. You know, and I do think a lot of our best pilots will be stick users, and that'll be their profession is piloting, you know, or vehicle driving or whatever. But for me, I like that. I get that question a lot, don't I, Algared? Like they go, "Are you using sticks?" I'm just very good at mouse and keyboard, and there are some people like even on PC, there are people that use controllers, and it will take you a while to realize they're actually using a controller. You know, there are some people that are just naturally good with different devices, and I'm not saying I'm the only one. I just think use what you prefer. Isn't that a good thing to have flexibility in what you want to use? I think it is, but yeah.
It's certainly something Chris was after. I do have a hostess set. I've set it up a couple of times, but it's I'm so limited for space that I generally just revert to mouse and keyboard. So yeah, I haven't found a mounting system that suits my situation. So
Badgers had sticks, but they got too sticky, so we had to get rid of them. So yeah. Right. Do you want...
not so much, but no, I think that I'm a dual stick setup is where I'm going to go with mine. I've got the space is the first thing, so I think mine are likely to be desk mounted just because from a sheer kind of logistics point of view, having the cable, so the chair, if I'm terrified of absent-mindedly wheeling too far and yanking the ports out of my PC or whatever. So yeah, mine will be fixed to the desk because then it's less chance that I break it.
Yeah. I have to say, out of the Inforunners, the probably most stick prone of us at the moment is Loken. Loken during the week was playing with sticks. So yeah, if you want to see some in action, he had VKBs, and he was talking about them a little bit while I was watching his stream. So yeah, I'd probably be the person I would lean to the most out of us. Yeah, I don't know any of us that really use sticks. Loken would be probably the best bet.
Monstar in YouTube says VKB sticks for the win.
Yeah.
And before we move on, I'm just going to do a community service announcement. We have the Arrow Love Struck giveaway going on today. Yep. To enter that, you need to go to our Discord, go to our giveaway section of a Discord, and then click the enter button, and you will be in. So if you've joined the channel late, do that. Go to our Discord, go to the giveaway channel, and click the enter button, or go to the web page, access, and do the same thing.
96 entries so far, so yeah, there you go. You got a 1 in almost 100 chance of winning. Yeah.
So yep. So
and we should also plug CIG a little bit there as well. So this arrow, Love Struck Arrow, is thanks to CIG. So yeah.
So yep. Thanks to CIG for supporting Inforunners and other content creators. But yeah, enter. We'd love you to. And
all right. Next question, Algared.
Dan Little wanted to know why the YouTube chat was so dead. So YouTube, you were obviously not responding. I'm not seeing it scroll by.
That's a bit of bit of a burn. He's saying you're very.
Although I do think that question was at 6:30 in the morning, so that was probably a fair call at that point.
Yeah, God, we're that far behind, an hour and a half behind. Wow. Yeah, no, 2 hours behind almost. Jesus. Right, we need to pick up the pace.
All right, so North End Trooper. When is it appropriate to buy a CCU or ship through grey market? I would say never. Is it something that shouldn't be considered?
I think the only one that I can get behind is something that if you're after something rarer that is hard to obtain, and I went through this recently. I was helping expat. She was after a certain number of rarer vehicles, and I kept coming back to the thing is that everything's eventually going to be available in game. So it essentially boils to me, Algared, back to the now versus release argument.
Yeah. Yeah, I think for a lot of things it is, do you want to get it now, or are you willing to go for a grind to get it in game? And because pretty much everything will be available in game. Maybe not the actual skins, but pretty much every other item. I can't, you may not get a facility called a Million Mile High Club, but you'll be able to get that type of facility at some point. I've got no doubt. But in terms of getting CCUs or ships,
yeah,
and unless you're getting it at cost, I wouldn't be. I'd encourage you not to. But then you've also got to remember, if it's rare and it's hard to get, the person who's got it,
well, yeah,
they've got
it's
the
supply.
market, so
It's supply and demand, and a lot of the ships that I was looking at with expat was instantly double, just instantly double. No matter what it was double. And from my perspective, no skin is worth double. I think the only ship that I could and there's probably two, Algared, would be the Idris M and the Scythe. And I think out of those two, if I really boil it down, adding in the release factor, the Scythe is the rarest ship, right? Can I justify $3,000 purchase price? Absolutely not. Because from
look at the Idris M.
Well, just let me finish. The Scythe isn't even as strong as a Hornet, right? But how rare is it going to be? How, you're literally talking about people that are going to want to fly around going, hey, look, I've got this really rare item that no one else has got. And at the end of the day, it's just a rare item. It's not, it doesn't give them a gameplay advantage. What, you're literally talking about the ultimate, clout or gloating, that's what you're buying essentially. And I can't justify that for that purchase price.
And also, Asperia, the company that makes the alien ships, in lore they have built the Scythe.
And how hard is it going to be to tell the difference between a captured Scythe and a purchase, like a human design Scythe, like a reproduction from the outside? They'll probably look exactly the same. You'll only be able to tell if you stop and walk up to it, type of thing. So again, that removes a lot of that clout that I'm talking about.
I'm not even sure you'll be able to talk about that, because you go you fly a Scythe and you get the jitteriness with the HUD and switching between Vandal and human. You get into a glaive, it does exactly the same thing.
Well, they have talked about that a little bit. So I would assume it's size, right? And the one I use there is the Defender, because the Defender is built for the human audience, but the Banu are physically larger than us. So you'd have to assume it's a physically larger ship. It's the same thing with the Vandal. So I'd assume the Vandal is the reproduction would probably be smaller for humans. And they did talk about the length laying down thing. And I think that laying down thing has got a lot to do with they wanted a ship that both humans and the Vandal could use. So
yeah, and I did hear very, very early on that one of the things with the Vandal ships was the Vandal is so much bigger that you wouldn't be able to just get in a Vandal ship and fly it away. It has to be the seat needs to be redone for humans to fit in. So it kind of threw out that, you've got a Vandal ship, you've neutralized the Vandal, you've stolen your ship, you can't just fly it away. You need to actually haul it in and get it refitted. Whether that's an actual thing still, who knows? It was something that was said in passing like years and years ago. So, do with that what you will. So,
thanks, Lemming. All right, next question, please.
Loud Guns has a question.
Yep.
Do you think we'll get a Titansuit focused dropship? Again, I think no.
As I said, Valkyrie variant, I could see it, or a ship tailored
Well,
specifically to Titansuits.
so I've got to qualify that. A dropship, if you're talking a dropship like the Valkyrie, that's, you've got guys in Triton suits and it lands and they get out. Yeah. If you're talking a dropship for doing orbital drops, then my answer is no. So I'm qualifying that. So yeah.
I think it just comes down to where they want to take it gameplay wise, and I think Badgers should kind of be in agreement there. Yeah? It's really where they want to take it. At the end of the day, will dictate where the ships go.
But I think if your ship needs a specific installation that either goes into your cargo grid or whatever to be able to use a Titan suit, then that would mean that a Titan related drop shoot is almost a certainty, or like you say, a variant of the Valkyrie.
Yep. Because you take that Titan suit and you extrapolate out to some of the ships we already have. Like, can you have a Titan suit on a Liberator, a Kraken? Can you take out the MPUV and put a Titan suit into that for the Idris? Like, I start to think of those things, and I can see that potentially working for some and not for others. And again, it's just connecting dots. So I don't know, right? And you're essentially going, what would I like there to be? And why do I like there to be? Like, there's everything, because like the more the merrier, right? But when you go back to it, it's what they want for gameplay, as Badgers alluded to a couple of questions ago, and that's kind of where I come from. And like how Algared says he doesn't see it, right? I don't disagree with him. He could be 100% correct, but on the other side of it is if they want to go there, and I think Algared, your hesitancy comes from the nails. Yeah, they've said that they don't want to put the nails in game. Yeah. So
I don't want to have the orbital drop capability in players' hands. It's a pure military, and that's why I say no.
Yep.
Would it be nice? Yeah, I could see it being nice.
Yeah,
but
and they've said that they want to have like parachutes or drop packs or whatever. So my brain also goes to, well, if they don't have a drop ship for Titan suits, maybe they just have any ship and you can jump out the back just like a human does. So whether it's a dedicated for Titan suits, I think, Algared, you and I would agree, though, that I could see a dedicated Titan suit transport.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that's why I qualify. That's why I went back and qualified what I was saying.
Yeah.
Not an orbital drop ship, but a ship that is, has the connection, so you can charge them, like a Valkyrie with charging stations, or
a Valkyrie or
an Idris or any other ship with
M2, or all those type of things that they already all lean into that. I could so see Titan suits running down the ramp of an M2, or some crazy made man that has a Liberator. I can see that. Again, just like player choice, it keeps coming back every time.
And and all of that stuff, the running down the ramp, and I can see that. It's just the orbital dropship is the one I can't see, and that goes back to what CIG have said in the past about nails aren't coming. They don't want to give us that orbital drop ability. So,
and a lot of that does go back further, though, Algared, too, like where ground combat wasn't as big, So things do change.
Yeah.
Just not very rarely, not very common in this game for things to change. So you just have to kind of wait and see where they're going to go.
And that as you just said, it does go back to early stuff I was talking about, which when the world was a lot smaller. So how's it changed? We don't know. The only thing we can go on is what they've said in the past, and at the moment they've said no to orbital dropships. So
if someone would be kind enough to help Sticky Finger in YouTube chat, he's having trouble navigating Discord. So you've got to accept the rules on the Discord. That's a part of having a public Discord server. It's Discord's rules, not ours. You have to have a set of rules that people accept. That's just how they make us jump through hoops, so you have to jump through the hoops too. But yeah, if someone is kind enough to reach out to Sticky Finger on YouTube and give him a hand, please, I'd much appreciate it. And I knew going in this was going to be the biggest annoyance, is people that don't use Discord being forced to use Discord, but it was the only thing we could get that wasn't going to cost us money to be able to do both. So that's why we went this way. And it is just a test. If this becomes really annoying, then we might not do it again.
We looked at other options. We looked at the 1 week, one giveaway on on YouTube, one on Twitch, but we really didn't want to do that. We wanted to make it. We stream to both communities at the same time. We want both communities to be able to be involved in that giveaway. So,
wow. Okay, so someone said something in Twitch chat that I just kind of went, that's random, but it sparked a thought in my head. and I'm just going to chuck this out there, alien Titan suits. Holy shit. So it makes the Cyan bigger.
Well,
Wow.
Titan suit.
Yeah,
Can you
yeah. You get where I'm going now, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, slave trading, like control the
Well-
slaves with Banu Titan suits. Wow. Okay.
Or
are they
one scav-
or are they uniquely a human invention? I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. So yeah.
They are, almost
cool.
everyone is instantly reading the rules.
Yeah, there's just some.
I
That's from Lemming, by the way. He's just telling us that there's some people reading the rules. But yeah, some people don't use Discord, so they're not used to it. Thank you, though, Lemming. Appreciate it.
I see the Vandal Titan suits as rather scary because we've seen you see that progression of fighters as they get heavier and heavier. So
see them as very Aussie Algared. That's not a knife. That's not a knife, and it's like a 7-foot blade.
Blade versus Gladius. Gladius versus Scythe. Scythe versus Hornet. Hornet versus Glaive. Glaive versus 7A. And you've got that constant progression getting heavier and heavier as they go. So they're bigger than us. We make a Titan suit. What do they do? What do we do? What do we, so...
That's in lore too, you know. They bring out the Scythe, we bring out the Hornet. Same thing with the Cyan. Escalation, yeah.
So, yeah. All right. Aurelius Indomitus has a question. Will they show more of Orion this year? Now that last week they did talk about mining.
I think that would be the next step after the mole, honestly. I do. I'm trying to think which bears more fruit. I think the ground miner is more work, but I think it shows an expansion more into mining. And then I think if you go back to the Orion, it really is just another version of the mole but upscaled. But then you've got to add things like the processing factor. You've got to add the refinery stuff. So I do think things that even Badger's mentioned in the monthly report and that already. Yeah, I think the Orion's closer than the ground miner. What's your take on that? But it does require new tech, doesn't it? Because you're actually munching. They both require new tech. So what gets more fruit? The underground stuff, because you get it for the prospector and you get it for the ground?
I think the land miner would bear more fruit with the underground facilities coming in.
Yeah.
But I think the big change that they're doing for mole really shows that they realised the way the mole was working wasn't really multi-play.
It wasn't really working.
Whereas, but the changes they were doing where they make it that the mole is going to be more valuable as a 3-person crew versus 3 prospectors, that actually ties more into what happens with Reclaimer, and seeing that multiplayer, how that is actually a real multiplayer ship.
Yeah.
And I think that's trying to work backwards and say, okay, now we've got to put that into this. So I think it's kind of a two-way street. You know, you do one thing, you see how it's working, now apply it to this. Okay, how's that going to impact? And
I think we could also say
that aspect rather than looking at bigger ships coming.
Yeah, bigger ships take more work, they take more time, and you know, you've got things like server meshing and that a lot of those are behind as well. So yeah, I think you get more fruit out of the land miner than you do out of the Orion. It's their call though. It really is. Like we don't know all the parts that are missing there, but when I kind of lay it out, like there's a lot more work in the ground mining because you've got to get the hard working for the scanning and all that stuff. You don't need that for the Orion, but then what you need on the other side of it is all the tech of these much bigger rocks, you know. But those things are in the pipe, so like the tractor beams, but you wouldn't be able to do the refining on it yet. But that's just around the corner too, type of thing. So in my eye, the Orion is closer, but it's got some very bespoke work that's just for it. And it's like, do they do that just bespoke work for that, or they do the underground mining stuff so you get it for the prospector and the miner, and they're able to sell it and it's able to go straight in game? what's better for the game, and I think the Miner's better, but I think the Orion's easier. So that's a really tough one to weigh up.
Yep.
All right, next question.
And welcome back, Badgers.
You back? Is he back? No, he's not.
I am indeed. Just fixing my camera. Stand by.
Okay.
Yay.
Next question.
Back. Next question is from Loud Guns. Actually, before we go on, the thing with the Orion, the thing that in answer to the question, which would I like? I would like the Orion because I've got one, so having it, that's what I prefer. But which one would I prefer? Which one do I want? I want both of them. So I don't really care which, but if I've got to put a preference, Orion, because I've got one. I don't have a landminer yet, so that would be the only thing. Connor L. I almost said Connor La Question. Connor L says, in Monday, Fix My Fleet, there was a lot of talk about building their fleet with their current org in mind. How much weight do you give that, as orgs will change a lot by the time of launch?
I think we kind of come down on the put yourself first. I think we've had many. Well, there's a few Fix My Fleets where they're very org based, and they're like, I don't want to buy ship X because of this. And then we've, that person's come back 6 months later and gone, oh, I've left my org now. So I'm very much of, if you are a miner and someone is telling you to buy, say, a repair ship, no, buy the miner, because that's what you want to do.
Yep.
If
they're telling you buy a repair ship because the org needs it, don't buy it. If they're saying buy a repair ship because it will help you repair your mining ships, that's a totally different kettle of fish. But if it's a choice of that repair ship or of a mining ship you want, go to the mining ship you want.
That comes back to what we were saying about org leaders too. Like, bad org leaders will try to dictate what you buy. You buy what you want to play. At the end of the day, a good org will nurture you, so to speak, and lean into what you want to do, not the other way around. No dictatorship.
These boys take it on a very kind of one-to-one individual case basis, right? If you know that your org is into mining and refining and shifting that stuff around, changes to org structure and the org gameplay don't really change the fact you're going to need miners and refiners and cargo ships, right? If you're talking combat and where you fit into a combat-based org, that's a much harder question, and I know, and you've heard it here as well in this as many times as we've streamed, it'll be a case of, well, look, we're not going to look at individual ship capability in terms of where it fits within a fleet. We're going to look at where do you get the most bang for your buck.
Yep.
And what ships allow you to sample the largest range of gameplay within a package or within one kind of ship or two. That's what I mean by package, not game package.
I think that just hits it in a nutshell. How, like, the further you can stretch your dollar, the more gameplay you get. And that all feeds into what we do. So when we say buy bigger ships, that's why we're saying them, because even if you say buy the Orion, you can take the Orion and go sideways into something else. But it's very hard to, that's why, like, a lot of the fleets we look at that we disagree with, Algared, isn't it? It's the people that have got all those starter profession ships that just don't make sense to us on paper.
And sometimes someone's fleet will be X, someone's fleet will be Y, and what they want, we may even suggest, hey, get this ship, and they may say, well, I don't want it because X, Y, and Z, and for them, that reason makes perfect sense, and so we'll go down that line. Other times, we'll suggest a ship because they've got every ship they wanted after the revamp, because we've got rid of all the dross that they, often it's people come and say, hey, I've got all these ships, I want to get this one, but I don't know how to get there because I've got all this small stuff. And so it really is just helping people rejuggle where they're going to get where they want. And sometimes after they've got everything, they've got $3,000 or $4,000 or $300 or $400 left over, and it's say, well, what ship do you want? And that's pick a ship to go in there. So, but we do try to tailor every Fix My Fleet to the individual. And probably the key takeaway from the videos is that they are a distillation of often several hours chatting.
We've
on
had
Discord.
people ask us to do it
weeks.
we've had people ask us to do it live here on stream. If we can find a smaller one, we might look at doing that, but it's random. So we might not
Yep.
get it done in the stream, and that might appear really boring. My biggest fear, and Algared knows what I'm saying, is if we get someone that's difficult, because a lot of what Algared and I do is it is that repeating of information almost over and over again to reassure them of what they're doing. And some people are just not all, right? In fact, I'd say it's less than more, but there are some people that just really need to be handheld almost through the entire process, and so it can take a lot longer, can't it, Algared? There are other people that just literally, we say this and they just, we've had the person go the other way where we said, yeah, you'll have to melt that, and they start melting them on the spot, and it's like, whoa, you know.
No, we're not saying do it now. We're not saying, saying
you know,
down the track, this is what you want to go, and
yeah,
you know, so some people are quite happy to just assume that what we've got absolute gospel. And we will often try and explore the avenues, you know, well, you could do this, and sometimes we'll say you could do this, and it's gone, and it went, or you could, I've already melted it, and it's that type of thing.
So we just take everyone as they come, because long story short is there's a bit of randomness to it. That's why we record it and we put it out as an episode, because it removes a lot of that randomness, right? But if you guys are really interested, we might try and find someone. We'd have to talk to them in advance and suss them out a little bit. But yeah, just real quick, because I'm going to forget if I don't do it. Thanks, Mount Stunner, for those 5 gifted subs that went out to Rhino547, Angry PC Tech, Major Static X, Shikini, and Play Dead. Thank you guys for that, and congrats on your subs. Thank you again, Mr. Stunner. Right.
So, yeah, so Fix My Fleet, as I was saying, it is that distillation of often can be over weeks, can be over days, can be over Discord chat as well as voice chat. But it's putting all that information together to try and either show something, but we think, you know, it's either helping people with CCUs, it's showing the value of packs, it's showing the value of individual stuff, it's showing the value of, and each episode is tailored for that individual, but there's always something we hope that is helpful for everyone else as well.
When we first started that Algared, I never thought it would really take off, right? But now, all these years later, I kind of look back. It's hindsight. It's a hindsight thing. Is that I think it just shows that there are multiple people going through that same problem. Oh shit, this has got really complicated. What do I do?
Oh shit, I've spent several $1,000s more than I thought I ever would. What am I going to do? I don't need all these ships. How do I get rid of that and go to this? And and lots of people, I think, feel that. And
but Badges, if you don't mind, you don't like recommending things, right? But I think that's the other reason why we haven't seen other people kind of do that type of stuff on other channels, because you're not the only one that's hesitant to do this, yeah? So I think other people are hesitant to do it as well.
So, I mean, for me, you know, and we've talked about this at length, but I don't, you know, my thoughts about value in terms of the game come to, can I afford it or not?
Yep.
You know, if I want something, I'm not really bothered about what is around it in price. And also, I'm, you know, for me personally, I'm so disinterested in the finance part of the game and the money and the CCUs and all that sort of stuff, that I just couldn't offer good advice in that point, so I'm just not going to. And I you know, I did this whole video in my channel which nailed me into this coffin.
But it's generally a person that's on the topper end of town problem, isn't it? So generally speaking.
Yeah, I think it just, you know, it's things like, and the one thing I'll always say, and we all say it, you know, I'm not pretending to be an island in this, but, you know, we all say sometimes you want something and it doesn't matter what people say or how much it costs, you just want it, and it's the itch like that has to be scratched.
Just like you with the Perseus. Yeah.
Yes, exactly that. Yeah. Completely appreciate. And like, funny enough, this is why I ended up with the Perseus. It's because I just looked at that amount of money and said, you know what? For that amount of money, there would be other things that I would do with that money before I went and bought myself a Perseus.
Yeah.
And then some very nice chaps got together, and now I own a Perseus. And yes, to answer, I think whoever it was asked in chat, yes, it does have the Thundercat plate. So,
you're very resistant to that for a long time too. Like just before you went on air, like, no, not doing this, and like, he didn't realize that we'd been working with everyone to try and get this to work in the background for months.
Yeah,
because it was all secret, like not telling you shit.
We're not doing
Yeah.
this.
So,
Sorry,
and-
badges, it's done.
this isn't me like spitting on anyone that's tried to help me, but like X was obviously very excited about this. So there was a tiny little bit that missed in the confusion. It was the badgers were going to crowdfund you a Perseus, and what I hadn't realized is I'd been having quite a tough time at work, and these guys know this, and they had spent an awful lot of time putting together a CCU chains with some very rare CCUs and all that sort of stuff because of the value that they contained. So this had been planned as like a let's cheer badgers up, let's get him a Perseus, really, really nice kind of thing. And in Execute's excitement to get me there, I hadn't realized that bit. So there's me going, no, don't want to do it. I don't take charity. I'm a Brit, blah, 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 blah. And poor old X is just going like, you don't understand how many people have... Yeah. So, yeah. There was kind of a moment where okay, let's do this then. Sorry.
But I think the other thing was you're saying, don't do it. And it was kind of, yeah, but it's already done.
Yeah, that was the other part of it. It was pretty much done at that point. You did it without you.
It's a done deal already, mate. It was, we're giving it to you. It's done. We can't go back now. It's done.
Yeah, no, hey, you know, did I say sometimes how much I hate this community? No, honestly, it was just a really nice thing, and I think, you know, I will speak for myself and only myself. The reason I'm so ungrateful sometimes is when it's tough with money. It's really tough to see that things are coming from a position of love and friendship and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. That's basically my roundabout way of saying I'm an asshole. If you try to give me stuff, I will just be a dick about it.
I don't know. Money makes people weird. I've never really quite understood that, but yeah. While we're on the subject of doing good and stuff, with Invictus coming up, like we did in December with the startership package giveaways. Excuse me. We are. Jeez Louise. Got some kind of hiccup. We are looking at doing more of those ship pack giveaways, aren't we, Algared? So CIG came through with those, and I think I don't know if we'll give all 8 away, Algared. We'll talk about it, but we're definitely going to do another thing similar to what we did in December, and give away some of those cutter starter packs. Yep. We'll talk about that more. It comes on, but I'm just kind of doing that as a heads up type of thing.
So we'd originally said to Sergey, hey, we'll buy this number, can you help out? And their response was basically, yeah, but then we didn't realise that they intended to give us the whole number that we said we were planning to do.
And they took like a month to get back to us.
Because it does take. One of the things that I was told was it takes them a few weeks to put the request in. It goes through the channels and then it comes through. So, but even at that, they still gave us one of those packs to give away when we were doing it, and then we got another pile.
Another pile came down the pipe. So someone asked, how far is Invictus away? It's usually in May, so March, April, May. So probably still 3 months away.
Yeah, as Mornstar says, my wallet is safe for another 3 months.
Yeah. So we've got a couple of big patches coming. We've got 318, obviously, right on the verge of dropping soonish, and then 319, which is now technically what used to be an old incremental patch, but that will be on the 318 branch, so it's not too fancy anymore.
I actually like Shadow Girl. I've just saw Shadow Girl's comment to the discussion about badges and Perseus.
Yep.
And her response was, "You fool! Shut up and take it."
Oh, that's about the Perseus, right? Gotcha.
Yeah,
I'm with you. Moving swiftly on. Yeah. Sorry, Shadow Girl.
Yeah.
Sorry, mistress.
Yeah.
Sorry. Just one of those streams.
Yes.
Shall
Very
I read
much.
out the next question?
Yes,
before I get into my door?
yeah. You're in big
Alright.
trouble.
Shit. Yeah.
Aurelius Indomitus has a question for us.
Mhm.
What ships do you think will have Titansuits aboard?
Well, I
I
think that
think the
kind of
bare minimum is any ships that are big enough to have it, and then I think
Mm.
it goes back to what Badgers was saying, if it's got a recharging station. So, and I think that's what will make both ships special, that
Yeah.
recharging station. So-
I don't think it's just recharging stations. I actually generally think they could have different fuel types. You know,
Yeah.
I did say that before. You know, there might
Yeah,
be some ones that run on quantanium and stuff like that. There might be ones that run on a battery. There might be ones that run on a fuel.
Yeah, well, I vaguely remember in 2014 them talking about, the battery running out, so you've got to change the battery on
Yep.
it's just on normal power armor, let alone a Titan suit. So
Yep.
And if that's a specific reference to the thing that I said about Titan suit stations and stuff, that's a guess.
Yeah.
So that hasn't been confirmed in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I
but
think
it makes late. It's when you start adding the dots, you go,
Yeah.
it's a blatant obvious thing to think about, isn't it?
Yeah, Titansuit's probably the thing we know the least about of almost anything in the game because they've been very, very hush hush, and I think the reason they've been so hush hush goes back to what I heard a rumor years ago that was told to me by someone from I won't say anymore, but that basically it's the only thing that's in the game that's Titansuit is that it's a single boss, which is this guy in the background type of thing.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Sonny, don't encourage him. Stop it. Jesus.
Sonny.
Yes, he's asking for a cup of Titan carrier.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that'd be cool. Maybe.
Ace Hambone has a question for us.
Yep.
This is how we deflect from that Sonny comment. Ace Hambone has a question. Will this game down the road be so complicated new players will find it too complicated? Probably.
I think any
But-
game has a look at the games like you play Escape from Tarkov, I play Hunt Showdown. There are some games out there, even League of Legends, that have really high
learning curves.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you, Algared. And I don't think this is. If you write it down into bite-sized chunks, so say you come into the game and you're focusing on mining, I think you'll be fine because then you can spread out from that. I think people are going to find their niches. Sorry, go, Algared.
Sorry, Algared.
I was going to say, I think it comes down to how complicated getting a starter ship and doing the starter activities were. So if any game is any good, they actually have the level where you're starting and you learn the game, and as you develop skill or interest, you move into another area and you start learning that area, and over time you just get up to that point.
Why are you pointing at your pimples? I don't get it. But anyway,
no. One of the things says first grey hair and they will respect you. Unfortunately, there is there and there. No, other side there. There's grey. No, but yeah, but no, but yeah, but no, but.
You totally forgot what we were talking about, didn't you? I got sorry.
I've just completely dumped it. Whatever. What were we talking about?
We were talking about the game being too complicated down the road.
That's the one.
Sorry. Yes, thank you. Look, I've said this before a couple of times, and I'll keep saying it. We are very lucky that we're backing the game when we do and playing it through when we do, because we are going to gobble up all the new content because it's coming at such gaps that there's just nothing else to do, right? It's like, I'll try mining because there's just nothing else to do this patch. So we're learning them individually. And I think you're right. I think there is the chance that the hill for new players when they come in is going to be challenging. As an example, I bounced off EVE Online because I don't get it.
Yep.
I get what happens, and I play the first part, and I'm enjoying it, and I'm looking at it going, this is great. And I don't join, I didn't join a corporation because I didn't know what corporation I wanted to join, because I didn't know what I could do, and that was the problem. I had no experienced players or anyone to say, looking at the skill tree, I just looked at all the skills and went, some of that sounds awesome. I have no idea how any of this works. I don't even know why I'm putting time into skills. And that kind of overload of choice, you just go, nah, I can't do it.
For me, with EVE, it was because it took time to learn the upgrades. And I'm like, so these people are 3-4 years ahead. I will never catch them. So I was just like, I'm out. I'll never be equal with the people that have played the game since the beginning. Star System doesn't have that problem because it's skill based.
For me, it was a bit of both. But the killer was the fact that you're flying a ship that's got hundreds of crew in it, but you are the ship.
Yeah.
So the avatar was your ship. Whereas that for me was I've played games like that. I don't want my ship to be the avatar. I want me to be the avatar. I want my character to be. I want the ship to be a vehicle, not the avatar. So for me, that was okay. So what? It's just
All right, well, bringing it back to Star Citizen, my point on it about new players and the difficulty, I kind of lean into what Algared was saying a bit there. Like, if you look at what they're doing, they're designing, the flexibility or a taster, if you will, into a lot of the professions. So you look at something like the Prospector, and it's the jack of all trades, the master of none. And that you'll find is pretty much a common thread on all the profession starters. And I could lean into refining there with the Expanse, where the Galaxy's a lot more dedicated, but the Expanse seems to have the flexibility to be able to do multiple things at once. You can see very quickly they're building that into a part of the progression. I don't know what profession I want to do, so I'll try this starter ship or this one or this one.
Yep.
And then even things like the Caterpillar, you go into the Caterpillar and it goes into Galaxy, multiple professions. So for the people that don't know, it gives them a chance to explore. So everything seems to be catered for, is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, I've got to disagree with Stinkfinger in YouTube chat. He says Eve is like, you're not ready for this game, and Star Citizen be like, this game's not ready for you. No, I think it's the other way around. I think Star Citizen is, you're not ready for this game. Just the whole scope of where Star Citizen's going.
Yeah. I think Eve is going to kind of look at Star Citizen and go, this is what I wanted to be. Just, we didn't have the tech back then to do it, type of thing. That's right.
Yeah. No, I think there's plenty enough space. And I'm not suggesting that you were saying there isn't, but there's plenty enough space for both. And, I can see myself, when I get frustrated with another patch, I'm going to go over to Eve and dabble and then come back. But the challenge there is for CIG to do what every game has tried and singularly failed to do, which is incorporate tutorials into the game in a meaningful way that doesn't make you feel like you're being talked down to.
Yeah. And that is a challenge. But I think if I do that, if I get that data ship progression, if I get that aspect that a new player gets his ship and then they can explore and try the different things, that will help people build up that that gameplay and move on. I think from what I'm gathering is the way Star Citizen works is that it's not a spreadsheet game like you'll find other games. It pushes you towards multiplayer gameplay.
Yeah.
And that is the key. And if you're someone who hates multiplayer gameplay, you're never going to experience that the depth of Star Citizen, and that may make you go, "Yeah, I'm done." But if you're looking at so different games, different styles, but it's that multiplayer gameplay that is the linchpin of Star Citizen.
Yeah. And I think. However they go about this, just to step away from the multiplayer aspect for a second, is I think other games have given Star Citizens the crumbs they need to CIG, more to the point, the crumbs they need to follow to a decent set of tutorials. And one of those is that World of Warcraft tried for a while. They had the Proving Grounds. And there are a set of challenges that you would do, and you would choose one of the Holy Trinity, tank, damage, and healer, and you would go in and you would have a number of levels to go through, and then that would be the bronze, and that would be the silver, and that would be the gold. Star Citizen could very easily incorporate that. So, what I want to learn how to fly mining, well, then you go to the Miners Guild, and you get put through a certification, and then when it comes to people going, well, okay, how do I know you know how to fly my miner? Well, I've got the certification to do it. Yeah. And make it obviously a little bit more advanced than what World of Warcraft did, and a little bit more idiot-proof. So you can't just brute force your way through it. But there are the possibilities, and but incorporate it, make it part of it, because at the moment the content creation is the core of Star Citizen, because or is a key to Star Citizen, should we say, not the core, because there's not much else to go with it. When this game launches and it goes live and everyone's like, finally, there's a game here, let's go. People aren't going to stop to watch the videos. People aren't going to stop to watch the warnings, and no matter how many clickbaity watch this before you play Star Citizen titles you come up with, people are just going to dive in, look at all the choice and go, oh, holy shit. And CIG needs to make it accessible.
Yep.
All right.
Wrong one. Sorry, yep. Sorry, I'm trying to fix something.
Another question. Yeah, while you're doing that, another question, because we do need to try and pick up the pace, because we're only at 6:59.
Uh-oh.
Just so you know.
Yeah.
So Sigmanaut has a question. Not so much a question, but more of a statement. But you could imply that the cutter's 6000 QT fuel tank would heavily imply the expedition was the original version, like how the Scorpius did, and the lingering code exists there. I would suggest there is plans, or are plans, for one for sure. Food for thought?
Get your wallet ready. Badgers, get your wallet ready.
I always thought the 6000 quantum fuel tank was an error, because it would have been so big compared to some of the ships that had size fuel tank.
I think someone just put an extra zero personally by accident.
Yeah. That's my opinion as well. But could it have been bring it back from what had been an Explorer variant? Possible. But I think that the key thing, as X and I just said, it was a typo. Easy to do. Maxol TV question: what is your version of industrial gameplay? Do you think we can make industrial chain soon? Example: mining, transport, crafting, selling at players or shops.
I think scanning's the big one for that default game loop to really take off. And I've said it several times before.
Well, we've often said in Fix My Fleets, when people have said they're into mining or shops, we've said, hey, look, you probably want to look at or repair in shops. We go, well, if you mine, you can mine the stuff that then goes into this. You can find it, that goes into your repair. You can fix stuff up, it goes into your shop. So we've often looked at certain ships that kind of dovetail into each other, like the Orion, or actually the Reclaimer, the Crucible, and the Banner Merchant being a really nice tie. And then with the Endeavour being there to be able to enhance or overclock the components and then sell them in the shop. So those four ships we see as a really nice, often see as a really nice group of ships that dovetail and work well in terms of taking things. But yeah, Badgers, you look like you're going to say something.
Do you know what? Fuck it, I am. And you know who I'm talking to. SA. You know who this is aimed at. SA says, why are the Inforunner episodes so much better with SA in them? Because everyone likes a hot American to look at, even if they are thick as two short planks.
Well said.
Yeah, when you say,
love you, SA.
why is an Inforunner's episode so great? That's like me saying, why Inforunner's episode so great with Algared?
Probably should get an episode.
Why are they so great with Execute in, or why Badgers would say, why are they so much better with Badgers in?
I just realised we haven't really done an episode with the Americans together. I should try and get like Space and SA and Astro together. Same thing. I want to get an episode with you and Loken together as well. At some point as well. I don't know. We can just sit around, talk about crumpets or whatever you press do. But yeah.
Crumpet.
Yeah.
I mean, I just what's quite funny about this is the next time I see SA, he's gonna fucking beat the shit out of me.
Yeah. You dug that hole, you're gonna lie it.
Yeah. In fact,
oh dear.
Don't hate the player. Hate the game, Badgers.
Sorry, I'll just give him a crossroad puzzle to solve and run away. That'll keep him occupied for a couple of weeks.
Anyway.
Real quick, I got real quick. Henkin should be joining us next week for the live stream actually as well. So I've got Henkin lined up. And I'm looking at General Desperado for the guest after that. So yeah. look forward to those two guys joining us. So we'll have an all Aussie one, I think, when Jen is on. So yeah. All right. Anyway, go Algared. Next one.
So, did either of you guys have anything else to add to Maxwell's question about industrial gameplay before we move on?
I'm going to reread it
Look,
real quick.
It's coming, right? The expanse, the refineries, you know, being able to take the saddlebags from the mole and the prospector into the expanse. The expanse will then pass that over to cargo ships to then go and sell that stuff. That looks to be logically the closest that we're going to have over and above, you know, well, from industry anyway.
Yeah.
That seems to be the first loop.
For me, that default loop needs scanning. There's no way for pirates to find people right now. Once pirates can find people, that default loop's there. You know, any form of cargo or resources, then pirates are going to want it because they can find it, and therefore you've instantly already got the combat fighters in the game, so you can actually connect all the dots. That's the one thing that's missing. I would honestly, if you were building this game for the audience, and they're not doing that obviously, that would be something that I make a priority, is to get some form of scanning or ping off the ground so they can find people. But again, that's probably not as required for Squadron 42 if you do the math. So, yeah. All right, I think that kind of... You want to go next one, Algared?
Janus Modesty has a question.
Yep.
Not a question. At execute, ISC audio is chopping in and out. Okay, sorry, it was chopping in and out. It was actually fine on my end, so...
That would, yeah, but because we're listening through Discord, so that would have been happening because of the filter thing I've got on. Sorry about that.
I did say it has been happening on our streams all month, so...
Right, okay. Okay,
so
apologies
we
for
will
that.
hunt that down.
Yeah, okay, I'll look at that now. If I can.
But if we do, I will say, Janice, if we are having that problem in the future, please let us know in chat. But the sound quality of the audio from the stream we're showing is dropping in and out, so we can try and address it. Because from our end, I wasn't seeing it drop in and out. I'm pretty sure Badgers wasn't.
Again, we watch it through Discord, so it's different for us. But when it comes through to you guys, it also goes through a distant system. So I'm just going to check the audio things here for a sec, guys.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. No. Next question, Algared. Sorry.
Yep. So next question, Sparta-Rex has a question. They said, "Is Tony Z still a CIG?" I just saw a suggestion that he may not be. My understanding is he still is. So, I believe he's a long-term friend of Chris's. So they go back quite a way. So, yeah, I can't see. I haven't heard anything. So, next question.
Just real quick for you two. When we do this in the future, I have to turn this off for ISC and then back on later. All right, that's the thing we're gonna do. So if you guys can remember that. Right, sorry. Continue.
We will try to remember.
Yes, another thing to add to the list of shit we have to remember. Right.
That's right. CT Captain Cracker 1975 says, "Is that a ship?" That is a Titan suit. I'm assuming you're talking about the background. If you're talking about the giveaway, yes, it is a ship. It is an arrow. And if you want to enter the giveaway for the arrow, you need to go to our Discord channel. You need to go down to the giveaway channel, which is about halfway down, and open that up, and then click the green enter button. Or you can go to the view giveaway and then click the green enter button on that one. So either way. But you've got until the end of the stream to do that. And if you haven't entered, do so. There is only one way to enter, and you only get one entry. So, yeah, do that. And going back to the questions. Next question is from Moxol TV. Moxol TV says, do you think the new underground facilities could be used used like cities, points of interest? I think that's exactly what they're using like.
100%.
They're small cities, they're factory points, they're places you'll get missions. There'll be place I could see underground facilities on Hurston being possibly being linked to the city, the main city, but also being places where Uwu take over.
There are
and
literally literal cities in this game. The one I'm thinking about is that lava planet that I always talk about with the big tubes. That are
that is
literally
an underground facility.
the whole planet is underground. So
And then
Because
you've
the
got the
surface-
water planet.
because the surface is inhabitable. Yeah, the water.
Yep.
That's another one, Algared. Yeah. Wow, we
The water
haven't
planet
even
is
touched
underground
that.
city.
We haven't even
Yeah.
touched that yet because that's like a combination of the
I-
two. Yeah.
Yeah, underwater / underground. So there's heaps of So 100%.
Yeah.
Badges, you want to add anything else, or just say yep? Okay.
I think don't expect them to be tied to one particular type of mission. There's going to be all sorts: defend it externally, defend it internally, attack it, VIP, combat, non-combat, PVE, PvP. It's going to be the whole range.
Yeah.
They're very clear on.
The more cross pollination,
see-
they have, the more unique things feel.
I could see even down the track having a disaster in a place where you have to go and do first aid to people because there's been an explosion, or you've got to clear the tunnel because there's been an explosion. So even taking it down a totally different gameplay loop we haven't got yet. So
Absolutely.
that's not saying it's coming. It's just me speculating. Shempasta has a question: when will we get different size containers? When they're ready, just like a wizard.
Soon.
Yeah, soon.
Yeah.
I think the cargo refactor stuff, which they have been talking about in the monthly reports for the last while, give an indication of that.
Yep. And
So,
we always expected that with the cargo refactor coming in, and then things like the mule, and you can just instantly see, all right, here's one vehicle that does one size cargo container. It very quickly extrapolates to others very quickly. And tractor beams, that's another one that points to stuff like that as well.
Yep. Akala Bellamy has a question. Are there plans for the game's economy to be player-based, selling items, possibly ships, via a centralized hub or auction, a la Crossout or some such game?
90% of the population is meant to be AI-based. So that is a no to your question.
What I would recommend you go and watch is go and look at the 2019 CitizenCon. Go and look at the Quanta presentation. It will blow your socks off. It explains how the economy is going to work. In effect, it is what you describe. However, in practice, as X has said, 90% of the inhabitants of the universe are going to be AI through the Quanta system, and they react like we do to supply, demand. They act opportunistically on the market, so they'll find, if there's a new area opening up that is very, very lucrative, there'll be a sudden flood of AI to that area. Yes. So, yes, it's driven by supply and demand, just like a player economy, but we would struggle to... Yeah.
We can influence it, we can't control it, and the AI will regulate it. So we won't see, a resource suddenly go through the roof and stay there forever. It'll go up and then it'll come down because they'll pull it back. But will we be able to sell items? Yes. Will we be able to sell ships? I believe that there's been indication of that. There's certainly been talk about being able to rent ships out or loan ships to orgs and other stuff. So yeah. But as Badger said, AI will regulate and control rather than enable us.
I'm going to jump this question in the queue, but Morningstar on YouTube says, Badgers, when my Liberators fighters blow up your Perseus, will he acknowledge it as a carrier?
Stop talking about the Liberator as a carrier.
Yep.
Honestly, I am this close to all Liberators being kill on sight. No. Okay.
Yep.
Anyway, moving swiftly on.
I 100% agree with you. The Liberator is not a carrier; it is a transport.
Yep.
Could you press it into service as a carrier? Absolutely. Will it function very well as a carrier? Probably not.
What I will say is, going back to the previous question very quickly, seriously, that isn't just a palm off. Go and watch Tony Z's presentation, 2019 CitizenCon.
Yep.
I was actually in the audience when that happened, but it's so eye-opening. It is so revealing about the inner workings of Star Citizen and how all of this is going to be brought to life. Go watch it. If you haven't seen it at least twice, are you even a Star Citizen fan?
That particular presentation really shows you a part of how the game is going to separate itself from other games. There are a few things that do that, like few pieces of tech, and Quanta is a very big one about this game. We often joke about how derpy the NPCs are at the moment. That, combined with the personality system, is going to be really drastically huge over most other games. Like the fact that they've even put thought into it kind of blows my mind. Anyway, next question, Algared.
Next question. Spartarex has that question asking about Tony Z. I think we've answered to the best of our ability. The answer is no, to our knowledge at this present point in time. Maxwell TV says, do you think Vandu and Banu cities could be more organic? I think Banu would probably look more organic. Vandal, I suppose Vandal do have that skeletal style of look. But I also get the feeling that both of those are more nomadic. So how often will we see cities of those two? And I'm not sure.
Yeah, no idea. But if we see them, yes, I would imagine them to be much more organic than what we have.
What are your thoughts, X? Vandal and Banu cities be more Vandal and Banu cities be organic, or because they're more nomadic?
Whatever architecture they try to lean into. Like, if you look at a Vandal seems to be kind of what the old Banner Merchman looked like, that metal look and stuff like that, a bit more industrial. So I'd expect it to look like that. The Banu, I can see them going into look at the ships, take style cues from those. Again, creative controls, wherever they want it to go.
Okay. Ace Homebone has a question. Why would bunkers take so long? Is it not much more than building turned upside down? I think it's the idea of trying to get them to be different. So you want them to have gameplay options, but you also want them to be... Yeah.
You are entirely correct. In traditional gameplay design, for them to have taken this long would be a worry.
Sorry, can I...
In Star Citizen... Sorry, go
on. Who was the person that was after you wanted to see that Quanta thing?
Who was the question from? It was 3 or 4 ago.
Yeah, it was Akala Bellamy.
Awesome. We're just about to post it in YouTube chat, so you can have a look.
YouTube.
I was going to try and send it to them directly, but that chat will not let me do that. So I've just posted it directly in Twitch and YouTube.
So that's the link to the Tony Z presentation on Quanta.
Yeah, and that
and how
was
awesome they are.
So Jad went and found that for us, so you can thank Jad.
Thanks, Jad.
Yep.
So thank you for that.
Yeah. So just to go back to that, this is. You'd be right if it was just underground facilities in normal game development. You're entirely correct, but remember that they're not building an underground facility. They're building a template and a tool that allows them to add underground facilities at any location for different purposes to represent, as we were talking about during the video, to represent different locations. So it has to be modular so it can be procedurally generated. It has to fit a number of functions. Internally, it's not just modular. The internals themselves have to be modular. So the modules have to be modular to represent, as we said, like the Hurston/Lawville one wants to mimic the internals and the textures and that you would expect on that planet.
Yep, and go a step further. All the stuff that they have on space stations that could be used on the underground, then it's used on the cities. So if they make a snow cone machine, it can be used in every single different location. You know, restaurants that we saw in the ISC can then also be used in the underground and on the space stations. It's just reusing those assets over and over and over. As I said, the more things they have and they cross-pollinate, the more bespoke it feels.
Yeah.
So
they're not adding one type of underground facility to one location. They are creating the foundations to add basically any type of underground facility they can imagine with any sort of tool set and reflect any sort of planet anywhere in the verse.
Those underground systems, I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see them pop up in space stations at some point. I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see them in some kind of asteroid base at some point. I wouldn't be surprised. As I said, it's just a room system. It's just in different locations. So if you actually looked at it as a different tile set, it's an industrial tile set, you know?
Yeah.
And you could, you know, I could so see there, let's just, the Old Man Hurston. So you could have the Old Man Hurston, like we talked about with in the ISC when that was on, like his home area. He could have an underground safety bunker that has the same similar style. You could have, I fully expect to be some kind of base thing where you can literally fly your ship like right down, like through tunnels type of thing.
One, you know, it's definitely going to be that. I expect it at some point. So.
Well, it just adds gameplay, doesn't it? Oh, this race is a completely underground race. If you stuff up, you are like, you know, really tight corners and, you know, like flying over lava underground, you know, flying over an ocean, like a giant lake, like that one with the Balrog out of Lord of the Rings, Algared. You know, things like that. Like all those type of anywhere they want to take it, they can go there. And it just like you got 100 systems to build. Every area is going to want to have these cool bespoke things that, like, well, this place is known for this rare underground massive lake where giant toads grow. I don't know, pick one, you know. But then they can take that tech and use it somewhere else. But yeah, sorry.
Exactly. And you know, just as X is explaining, you imagine you've got one of the circular pipe sections, right? So wherever they bored it out, we've now got whatever's in it. Think of it like this. This tool set needs to be so what's the word I'm looking for? Versatile,
robust,
so flexible that they can have it reflect a good guy base, a bad guy base, which you're not just talking about you're not just talking about textures, objects. You're talking about lighting. You're talking about mood. You're talking about all this sort of stuff. Not just that. Hook 2005, crazy mate. Thank you ever so much. 10 gifted tier subs. So if you are lucky enough to be on the receiving end, make sure you say thank you very much. Thank you, Hook. It's
you want to
really
read out?
Appreciate it, my friend.
Save me. Do you want to read out who got them?
Yeah. So ostentatious one, Cobra Queen 85, Kazami. I'm really sorry if I murder these. Kazam, Bloody, Arthrain. Shut up. Dave Lobe, Ashran Katano, Stickman ZJ, and U Comic.
See, it's really not just me that butchers the Twitch names. It's all the names. See, that's why
it's a common thing. I've seen streams where they make a thing of butchering the names. So,
and what you were saying there about the, like, as your example for the pipe, that goes back to what I was saying with Algared about the natural versus the organic, and that, like, trying to get those bespoke as possible. So let's take your pipe example, right? It's just a pipe, but you know, you mentioned style, texture, and stuff like that. But it's also the contents of the pipe. Is it a road? Is it a cargo area? So it's got boxes. Is it in a snowy environment? Is it in a? You can see what I mean. Like, you just add. Is it overgrown?
Is it going to? Yeah, exactly that. It's going to have to be versatile enough that it also becomes an abandoned, overgrown. It's even going to have to support later on. Recently attacked by the Vandal. So recently, the fires are still burning, and the injured are still trying to crawl to help.
What's the?
You know, it needs to support all of those things.
What's the contents of that pipe? What's the path through that pipe for the AI? All those type of things, and you can essentially, I know they call it the building block system, but you can literally see, like, it's like Lego. That is what they're building. They are building multiple tile sets, and over the years, they will just keep adding styles and styles and styles, and then cross-pollinate those styles. And you can see very quickly, it's just this ever-expanding library. So the props team's just going to keep adding to it. The rooms system, the texture people, the maps, they'll just add and add and add and add and add, and it'll be insane. Like, they're just going to have this huge library, and it's you sit there very quickly and sit back and go, now take, here's this 1,000 different things. I wouldn't be surprised at some point they come out with a stat, go, these are the number of combinations of rooms we can have with these things, and it'll be into the billions, if not trillions.
I already expect that somewhere in the thousands with what we've got, with what we've seen them.
What now? Yes, but I think finally,
and I reckon down the track it's going to be 10 times that. So
keep going.
Fillion has a question. Fillion has a question. What of the BB-12 manned maneuvering unit that was accredited in 2016? I think that was one of the stretch goals at one point. Probably going to be a separate thing. In my opinion, but I don't know.
I'm going to look that up real quick. Do we want to go on to the next question? I will look that up and we'll come back to it, because I assume it is a stretch goal.
It is one of the stretch goals, I do believe. So
I'll look that up.
has a question.
Yep.
What about Titansuits, which have a plug-to-plug into ship and transfer control to the Titansuit itself instead of a pilot's chair? The ship could have a cargo-style lockdown for Titansuit. So
I don't see what's the benefit of being in that Titansuit.
I could see the benefit of being you don't have to get out of the Titansuit, so you can just fly the ship. But then I think that'd be.
But what I mean is, if you're plugging in,
So essentially, he's talking about a hacking Titansuit. Is that not what that is?
Well, no, I think for your own. So rather than you having a captain's chair or a pilot's chair, you go into a docking station effectively that allows you to fly your own ship.
I think remote piloting of a ship, that could be a thing. I don't know. I don't think you put it in a Titansuit, though. You'd be more likely put that into a pod. I don't see the advantage of it. I could understand it as a hacking suit, because then it gives you extra computer power because you've got onboard computers. But what you're saying there is a gameplay thing. Could they do it for gameplay reasons? Absolutely. Is it essential? Yeah, I can't answer that question because we're not there yet. In my book.
Yeah, I think it also, you've got to remember that the key thing for the game is it's that experience of multi-crew ships and seats and getting in and out of your ship and experiencing the interior of it.
So the other thing he says as a follow-up question, only a person wearing a Titan suit could pilot the aforementioned ship. I don't see them making ships that you can pilot in a Titan suit. They've already said you're not going to be able to wear armor at some point piloting ships. So they're actually going the other way. Could they do it? Yeah. Could they do it for gameplay reasons? Yeah. Do I think they'll do it? No, based on what they've said. X, going back to the BB-12.
Yeah, man, I can't believe I've missed this, because this really does sound like an industrial. I'm only human. But yeah, it's crazy because that really does sound like a Titan suit. It does say EVA. What they call it? They call it an EVA.
Capable of EVA operation.
Yeah, but this is technically before any word of Titan suits. So wait, 2016? No, that'd be on par with the Caterpillar and stuff.
I remember talking about that, and it was always talked about as a wearable.
Sorry, 2014. It actually says there. So
I remember them talking about that. It was a Titan suit. That was the type of thing they were talking about. You wear it, you fly around EVA. You can carry.
I tell you what, that sounds like, if you put that into real life terms, is that backpack that they sit in that's got the controls on one side, and they basically use that to maneuver on spacewalks.
Yeah, it does.
So you've got that solid square backpack. When you say a manned maneuvering unit, it sounds like that. It's like, so, there's the EVA that we have, which is like, oh, well, hopefully I'll be able to pump myself across there or release a bit of gas from the system, where this is far more precision.
Yeah, it could just be an EVA backpack, like you're suggesting, but they could also go the other way and lean into a Titan suit. So, yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
They do call it a man maneuvering unit, an MMU. So I do kind of lean towards the EVA unit. Now I've kind of read it a couple of times. But again, if they want to change it, they could lean into the Titan suit. Maybe it's a light Titan suit. I don't know. It really depends where they want to go with it. This is what I keep coming back to. They're the one with the creative control.
Let's see what the Arc Galactopedia has, if it's got any updates or has any information on it. So,
all right.
BB-12 suit doesn't show up, is empty, so it's nothing in the Galactopedia.
Hey, here's one we can talk about real quick. Remember I was talking about the personality types? There's that stretch goal right there.
And there's nothing on Azure Sky either in the Galactopedia at the moment. Does it mean it's not done? No. Does it mean they're not going to do it? No. It just means it's not done yet.
Maybe we should do an episode just deep diving back into the stretch goals. See what we can pull out of it.
It's almost like you look at that and you realize just how much the scope has expanded since they put this together. Because everyone's going, yeah, they've been talking about bartenders and doctors and nurse and sanitation workers for like ever. It's crazy how much things have changed from then to now. It was really fun reading one of Chris Roberts' letter from the chairman a while back, when he was talking about there'll be loading screens, and he talks about the whole going down to a planet would be its own contained instance. And you see how far we've come from that.
When we're talking about modularity, that's what that AI system is. It's just a modular AI system. So, you get a particularly angry nurse, but then you just switch out the angry, and the angry can go to an angry pilot, or they're really into medical, and then all of a sudden they're a medical person that's into you could see it very quickly. It's the same thing that we did with the ship grids, where we figured out here are the sizes of the ships, here are the size of the thing. It's just, again, you make all those little individual modules and you just swap them all around, and you get combinations. That they are literally just taking this approach across the board, and it's gonna work. That's the scary thing.
Contrary to what everyone used to say.
Since
that's way back in the time when the game's gonna die, it hasn't got funding, there's too ambitious, they're doing stuff that no one's done before. Yes, and you were wrong. It didn't die.
I think it's just clickbait at this point, but yeah.
Yep, I know. But I'm going back to 2014 when I was saying that stuff. And back then, those threats did have merit. It could have fallen flat on its face if everyone had said, "Oh, you're right."
Okay, so I think there might be a follow-up question there from Zenstrato, who says, so only a person wearing a Titan suit could pilot an aforementioned ship.
And I
that makes I missed that one. Right. From a military perspective, badges, I think I'm gonna put this one to you. Can you see them a reason for making a ship that can only be piloted by a particular person in a particular suit? Hazardous environment,
reliant
hazardous environment ship. Yeah, so it's got more flaws here. Like it's the only thing I can think of is like some kind of open to spaceship, where you need to be able to move in and out of the ship, like a hazardous environment or something like that. Kind of like an EVA suit for a Titan. You know what I mean? Like, that's the only thing I can kind of think of.
I mean, yeah, it's just so much easier to control that with airlocks. From a common sense point of view, to not expose the inside of the ship to that sort of a risk.
Sounds like a lot of extra work for not much payoff, is what I'm hearing.
Precisely, yeah.
My thought was they've always said that you're going to need to get out of spacesuits to fly ships.
There you go.
You know, you're not going to be able to wear armor in most ships to fly.
Yeah.
You're going to have to get out of armor.
Yeah, you have to get out of heavy armor was the one I remember a lot.
And you look at the Spartan. The Spartan was the first troop carrier where the seats are actually made so you can actually be in heavy armor. They're spaced out so it actually fits.
Mm.
And I think it goes to that. You know, the pilots and you've got to be in a flight suit or light armor, and if you don't like that tough, that's what you got to do. And they've said that time and time again. I can't see them flipping on that and saying, yes, well, you can fly the ship in a Titan suit. Could they do that? Yes. But based on everything they've said, I don't see them doing it. So,
just a bit of a community announcement. I think we'll give it maybe 10 more minutes and then we'll do the arrow giveaway. So if you're wanting to get into the entry of the arrow, jump on the Discord. I will have to retype that, but I will, just in case there's anyone there that doesn't have it. But yeah, jump on the Discord and get your entry in the giveaway channel. Next question, Algared.
Okay, so we're at 7:49, by the way. Maxwell TV, do you think at the end, CIG could replace some drone jobs by conscript of a Titan suit? Like replace all 4 drones of a Reclaimer by 1 salvage suit.
I could even see a drone Titan suit. That there's literally a Titan suit that has a couple of drones that come off it to assist with the work. You know,
or a Titan suit that enables you to expand the range of a drone, so you can actually control the drones from a Titan suit.
Yep. A scouting.
Militarily, that's your recon.
Yeah,
that is absolutely your recon, because you reduce the signature of what launches the drones with the Titan suit. So now instead of being detectable at 30 kilometers, you're detectable at 3. You know, and you put the drones up. So yeah, there's some great capabilities with that. Yeah.
Yep.
It even goes a little further because you can you know, repair drones to repair a vehicle and also the medical one. I see it with all 3. I just realized that link I drop is I put an extra R in it. I stuffed up. And I won't let me
So
delete
don't
it.
go to that link that Execute just dropped. Go to the next one he dropped.
Sorry about that.
Roy Robbins has a question while you're doing that. Will the Odyssey drop this year?
Ooh, no, I don't think so.
I think
it's
if it does.
Yeah.
If it does, awesome, but I don't see it.
Yeah, I think we're more likely in an RSI year personally, or next year as RSI, but we'll see. Yep.
Looney Tunes 1336 has a question. Do you think that the glaive as a monthly loaner? So, do you still get a glaive as a monthly loaner when you use the Imperator sub? I could not find info on the CIG pages.
Pretty sure you do. Pretty sure you do.
I think you do, but I'm not sure.
Yep.
Next Ostentatious 1 has a question. Would Execute mind turning off NVIDIA suppression during ISC? That's...
Yep, but it's not NVIDIA suppression, it's something else. But we'll do that.
It is something else, but it's similar, and it's one of the things we were talking about that we do need to remember to do. So thanks for letting us know, Ostentatious. But having said that, if you notice it's on and it's doing it, let us know, and we'll remember to turn it off.
Yeah.
Because
only human.
We forget stuff. But yes. Unfortunately, make sure it's not a state. You know, don't put it as a question. Make sure it's in bold. Do it at Inforunners and make it so it sticks up if you need to. So yeah. Would you disable the Titan suit by sneaking around and shooting its power plant or cooler? Maybe even sabotage it by removing fuses. I do believe they did talk about that way back when they were talking those types of things.
I also
definitely for cheaper ones.
I also
and even tossing EMP grenades and stuff. Sorry,
I was just gonna say I even think there'll be different types of Titan suits. So you'll get one that's very digitized and digital and circuitry based, but then you'll get one that's very cog based and more manual and you know, so while the EMP might work on one, it might not work on the other, but then, you know, because it's more physicalized, you can probably just run up and put a knife blade in the cog and that leg don't work, you know. So again,
cut the cable
more,
and the
what do you call it? The piston loses the hydraulic fluid. you know, all that, all gameplay reasons, because it just gives diversity and player choice, and you're just seeing these common themes come through again and again and again. All right, next one.
Yeah. Next question, Roy Robin, is: are you guys going to play Squadron 42? Of course.
Absolutely. Probably multiple times, honestly.
Yep.
Multiple paths.
If there are multiple paths, definitely. Roy Robin, are tattoos coming to Star Citizen?
Yeah, possibly.
Possibly.
Yeah, I think they'll, you know, you see scars and stuff in other games and stuff like that. I think that's
Certainly like gang tattoos, and to like at rep stages, you could unlock the ability to wear gang colors and, you know, have gang ink and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think we all want
Why
to
not?
see some kind of tattoo or branding that says my other ship is a Perseus. I think we can all agree, especially badges. But yeah,
What do you mean other ship?
yeah, exactly.
All my ships are Perseus, Persei.
Yeah, right.
Apart from the javelin that Algared gave me.
Yeah, telling me straight. Yeah, that's your javelin would. He just knocked the camera over, I think. I think his javelin would be called Killing Me Streaming. Anyway.
One of my javelins is going to be called Never Badges, never.
Yeah.
Jordan Moreno, should every voluntary cybernetic permanently lower your IVS score due to having to amputate to install?
There might be social repercussions, like, for example, you can't go into like someone in a higher standing, like Origin or whatever, you know, like high. If you've got cybernetic implants, it might lower your social rank, so you can't go into certain areas, but it might elevate it in others. Pros and cons. Player's choice.
If you're going down to the areas where the poor workers are, you know, Herson's bastards, they ripped you off. They only gave you a cybernetic limb, you know, a cheap machining one. Yeah, we're with you. We support you. And others could. Oh, you couldn't afford something better. So,
again, player choice.
Yep.
All right, next one.
Shinobi Trip. Is it worth buying back a CCU to a Santoki Eye from a Hurricane for $25, or gamble and wait for release and hope that the will bond with a shorter jump?
I think it will go up in price, as most ships do, but I don't think Santoki Eye is a really good CCU chain. I'm pretty sure Lemming would back me on that. He can let us know if he wants to speak up. Again, it's a fighter, so I treat it a little bit like how we treated the Ares. It's in a similar price point. It's how we treat fighters. They just don't seem to have as good value. You know, when you're looking at a ship like the MSR was 225 and it's currently 220. You do the math, you know, like where it's sitting now, like up the MSR is just such a better buy. You get so much more ship for that. It's again, we were talking about value before, and that we're all about trying to get the most out of this game possible for the littlest amount of money. That's essentially why we do what we do. And I think even Badgers, you'd agree that's not the best purchase, yeah, from a dollarary perspective.
From a dollarary perspective, yeah. I mean, like, sorry, I've just got to respond to Waffles in the chat. Waffles Insanity goes, annual Constellation Taurus ID. Forget. No, it's cool. My Constellation Taurus name will be Perseus. Just because.
Yeah.
That way I'm always flying a Perseus.
Okay.
Yeah. And all right. So I think that's answered that. Shimpasta says, will Hull Limited ships be available in the game when Star Citizen releases? Yes.
Yep. Rep grind.
They'll be Hull Limited.
Yep. Hull Limited, rep grind, things like that. The Banner Merchman was meant to be one of the rarest ships in the game, and now because of what's happened to it, it's probably going to be. It's not what it used to be. It was meant to be this generational ship that was super rare. They were originally only ever selling that for one day in 2013, which is why I brought it, because I thought it was going to be rare as shit. And then a couple of years later, they offered it again, and now anyone can have one.
But then, as you always say, execute. There is nothing that should be, no rare stuff, no exclusive stuff.
I agree.
And if it was only made for one day, would have been exclusive. So,
yep. But there are exclusives now, things like the Scythe and Idris M and stuff. But you'll be able to get them by other means.
Oh, look, I'm pretty certain the Scythe will find the Scythe in game as an Asperia ship. We know in lore they've built the Scythe, so we understand. We know you can get upgrades to it or get it in game. So, they're not exclusive. It's just exclusive at present. Voodoo Child has a question: which is the best day and time to release a major patch, or when they're ready and they want to?
As soon as it's ready.
Yep.
Just smash it out.
So
whenever they feel like it, they're the one making the game. I got no problem with that.
Yep.
I don't think that. I don't think that's. I think that really comes into it for me. Again, game development. Yeah.
When they're ready, they're satisfied, and they're ready to put it out. Yeah. Defactor has a question. I think there'll be transformable vehicle Titans like the motorcycle suit, or like a motorcycle suit.
Someone wants to be transformers. Yeah, that was the first thing I thought of.
Transformers.
Autobots, roll out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Autobots.
Yeah, that could be a thing. I can't see why you couldn't have a Titan suit that has wheels on it that basically can drive. Kind of goes back to what you were saying about the in a straight line thing. If you can transform into a car and then transform back into, you get best of both worlds. That could definitely be a thing. It's a lot of work though, to pull that off, but it is possible.
What's to keep Star Citizen from becoming Warframe from Arm & Butter?
It's got more depth.
More depth. Okay. If you're talking the concept of how they do things, nothing. But the fact that Star Citizen has so much depth, why would they?
And Star Citizen's not free to play. I think that's another big thing. I'm not a fan of free to play games. I stopped playing them after I got burned a couple of times. I'm just over free to play games completely. So yeah.
All right. Shaka 12 is delved back into deepest, darkest ancient history. 5 years ago, you made another video about speculation on Titansuits. What would you guess, the realistic time frame for actually getting them in game?
Yeah. It's probably, I'd put it under the banner of not until Squadron 42 is out type of thing.
Yeah. Which game?
Yeah.
If it's a knowing that or having heard that the boss mob that's got a Titan suit, Squadron 42, having heard they haven't worked on anything other than that so far, Squadron 42.
Yeah.
But yeah, your guess is as good as ours. North End Trooper.
Makes the whole thumbnail I did like a basic lie. I wish I'd looked into it more before I made it, because it's not finally, it's bullshit. I probably need to redo the thumb. Bastard. Well, I didn't do it deliberately, but yeah.
You clickbaity bastard, that's what they're all yelling. They're all after their Wheaties. Okay, North End Trooper says, for Fitterycraft, how could the Rock DS be saved with the new geonodes and possible bigger and more toxic graves? So how could the DS be saved with the geonodes and possible bigger and more toxic graves?
It's pretty simple. Like, if you go from a Prospector to a Mole to an Orion, the rocks just get bigger and harder to break. Same process, just you can't get ships into those areas, so therefore it just becomes hand tools, rock. Yes, it's just a size of rock thing.
Even if you just increase the size of that, the mining head. So the Mole's got size 2, the Prospector's got size 1, but at the moment we don't see any difference, or any real difference. But the second you make that size 2 mining head more powerful than the size 1, 3 size 2 mining heads suddenly become a really good asset if you're doing mining. So that's one way, as you were saying, do other stuff as well. So yeah.
Lemming, can you end the giveaway, please? And then we'll get ready to draw it. If you can hear me, bud.
Continuing on for questions, Roy Robin has a question. What do you guys think? So, what do you guys think name is going to be for the new mining ship that we voted on? So, what do we think the name of the mining ship will be?
Jeez, that's a good one. Well, it's got to be some kind of star constellation. So I would go look into all the different star constellations and see if there's one that kind of implies to digging, something like that.
Yep.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'd look for constellations that have to do with mining or something like that. Yeah. Or maybe even Vulcan. There you go. Although we've got a Vulcan.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking of the Roman god Vulcan, who,
Yep.
fire and industry and stuff. But
Mm.
yeah, I'd have to give it some more thought. Badges, any thoughts?
No clue. I think the constellations idea is a good shout. As in which star constellation, but as to the particular one, good question.
Jad says, yeah, it is a good question. We can't answer it at this present point in time.
All right.
Jad has a question.
Oh, wait.
Wait.
We have a winner, and the winner of the Lovestruck Arrow is Kestrel Kill. That's his Discord there. Don't everyone message him. But yeah, Kestrel, if you can reach out to myself, please. You have won that.
Congrats, dude.
I'm sure Lemming will reach out to you as well and get a hold of you. I'll get that off to you. But yeah, congrats to Kestrel. That was actually less painful than I thought it was going to be, Lemming. I don't know about you, but we'll talk about that after. I don't know. You guys let us know in chat if that was a good or bad experience for you guys for a giveaway. I think it went kind of okay because you got to remember we're dealing with two different, Twitch and YouTube. So, and that also means that if we go down the line, like say we went into TikTok or whatever down the line, we can do it for multiple systems. So taking it off those platforms kind of made it a bit easier. So yeah, get in touch with us, please.
I'm sure Discord will love us for making traffic go to Discord as well.
Yeah. All right.
Jad has a question. Jad's question: is there a documented history of a Star Engine from the initial CryEngine version, designs through the house customizations to Lumberyard and whatever it is currently is? I'm interested in learning how things that would be. So basically wanting to know the history of the development from CryEngine to Star Engine to Lumberyard, etc. That is basically what our archivist is there to do, to record the history. Whose name I've just gone blank on, which is really sad.
Cheryl or Sherry.
Cheryl.
Yeah.
Sherry.
Sorry.
That's what Sherry's doing. She is our archivist, and I think her thesis was looking at the history of video games, and one of the things she did pick up was they don't actually know from memory the actual date that Mario was created. They know the year, but not the date, because the documents are lost in time. So I could have that slightly wrong, but yeah.
Thanks, Badges. I'll have one.
Yep, I'll have one too, mate.
Yep. All right. Next question, please, Algared.
KLL says, which capital ship do you think will come out first? Jav, Kraken, Idris, Polaris?
Polaris.
Polaris
is basically being worked on right now.
I'm pretty certain that Jav, Kraken, and Idris are in Squadron 42. That's certainly the Kraken is a guess, but I'm pretty certain the other two are in Squadron 42, and I'm guessing Kraken is too. So
actually, you could probably get the Javelin at the same time with the server mission going in. You could probably get both. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see where he's going.
So
Kraken is definitely the one on the back burner, and I know Starjump's still in chat, so me and him are both criteria for that one.
Captain Cracker has a question. We're now at 9 o'clock, by the way. So we've caught up. Captain Cracker 1975 says, do you think a new player has the same chance to enjoy everything Star Citizen has to offer, or is it pay to win, where player X has invested 5 years, X amount of money, and you can never catch up?
I think it's more pay to advance. And I think the other part of it is, like, no matter how many ships you have, you can't do it alone, right? Yep. So we're all limited at that one player thing. So, if we all go out in a prospector. It's the first person to get the prospector, but there's not a big difference between the starter and a prospector. But then as soon as you roll that up to an Orion, you need other people.
Yeah.
So there's
you
no
look at the reclaimer at the moment.
Yeah. No, there. That's a good example. Go ahead.
The reclaimer at the moment. You need 5 people on that ship to effectively run it. You could probably get by with 2 or 3, but you need more people on that ship to effectively run it. You can't run a reclaimer by yourself. You'll go nuts. And I think that's it.
Well, you can, but as you said, you'll go nuts. So, and we've often talked about the solo people. You know, it's still better to buy that reclaimer, struggle through one mission, because once you've got that money, you can go out and pretty much buy a prospector off just one mission. And we're almost seeing that already. We've only got just the stripping of the hull, but then eventually when you add the munching, you like, I'm making, like, I went out and did 125, which is just the parts that fit in the top, right? And Daily Noob was in Twitch chat. I jumped on his stream and we went out. I finally got 5 people together. We went out and we made over 900,000 off just 120 SCU that fits on the top cargo grid. Now that's not talking about filling the whole cargo ship or anything like that, but if just off that is 120,000 and it makes 900, I think you can extrapolate the rest of the ship was full with munching. You could easily buy a Vulture in one go. Now I don't know the price of a Vulture, but I'm thinking of the Prospector, and the Prospector's, like, off the top of my head, it was like 1.5 mil, but I'm sure you can let me know that, Algared. And you'd have to imagine that the Vulture's in that ballpark, right? So the point I'm getting at is, I think you could very quickly, within one mission, struggle through and get
2.1 at the minute.
2.1.
It's 2.1.
Yeah.
You get my point, though, yeah? Like, it's not, if I've only got 120 out of 330 is what that thing holds, right? So I got 900 off 120. You basically essentially times that by at least, you've only got to times it by 2 when you get there, right? So there's room to grow in that, which I think you get my point, yeah? I don't have to go on. You get my point.
I'm back to, like, ships like Beatrice and the Javelin and, those multi-crew ships. They are not meant to be piloted alone.
Yep.
Could you literally fly one alone? Yes. Are you going to be able to operate it with half a dozen NPCs? No. They're ships that need players, and
I'm not sold on that. The part I would agree with you is I think you're better with people, though. I think you will be able to do it solo, but it'll cost resources and time and all that type of thing.
I still think, I don't see those ships being ships that you can fly solo. And I've got them. I still don't think I'm going to be flying them solo and using them effectively solo. I just don't see it. They're multi-crew ships. They're the raid ships. They're the ships that are made specifically for multi-crew gameplay. And
I think I've just realised who Old Man Hurston is. He's Hugh Hefner. He's Space Hugh Hefner.
Space Hugh Hefner.
What? How did that? How did you? The way your brain works, mate, just scares the living shit out of me.
I think he just focuses on uwu cat girls, and that's all he ever does.
I move at a different speed to other people. I'm like 5 steps.
I mean, maybe he's here imagining you in a nice silk bathrobe, Algared. I mean,
which scares me.
I'm a little bit, Yeah, it would scare me too. Restraining order. It's the only way to go, my friend.
I don't know about anyone else in
Tasmania.
I don't know about anyone else in chat, but I'd much rather picture Algared in a robe than Batches in a robe. Right, moving swiftly on to the next question. Thanks.
I mean,
I'm now scared. Very scared. I'm glad you're in Tasmania.
Give me a couple of minutes. You won't have to imagine. I can go show you if you want.
Please, no.
No.
Sure? No. But you were the one who told him he had to have his shirt off earlier. I'll just remind you about that.
Yeah, he did. All right.
Anyway,
going way off the rails. This is like a stream.
That's why.
It's like this is a stream where we're all drunk, but none of us really are. It's really weird.
None of us really are.
Sad. It is true.
All right.
No.
A Minion Akihiko, and I'm sorry if I've butchered your name. Coming back to ships, do you think there will be some symbiotic function between the Galaxy and the RSI mining ship? Do you think the RSI miner
Yeah,
will have saddlebags?
One's a refiner. Of course there's going to be. Yeah.
There will be a symbiotic relationship between the RSI Galaxy refining module and and any RSI mining ship.
And they're the same size as well. They're both large. So that makes a lot of sense.
Oh, yeah.
What'll be a really interesting question is whether or not they go for the same sort of saddlebag-based system that MISC have gone for, or whether they go for their own proprietary system, which means that you can't intermingle the two. That'll be the interesting.
Is it just loose cargo? Is it is it? It's a really good question.
Do they directly dock with each other like you do when you're fueling to transfer stuff? Can they do it with saddlebags? Is it something else that the Expanse can? I think that's kind of the challenge than anything else.
I think in answer to your question, Badgers, you look at the Orion, or where the original design of the Orion was, where it does have those kind of saddlebaggy things on those spindles that spin to give some form of gravity or sorting. The question then is, how are they the same or not? We don't know. And are they going to use that same thing on the large miner? And again, we don't know. So
does your brain go this place, like just bigger saddlebags?
Well, that's what the Orions were originally.
Yeah.
I think the Orions were originally.
So it might be
with that. We don't know.
Yeah, like
Parker, just Google hairless sphinx and you'll get the idea.
Oh God, I just stop drinking.
Oh no. But the sad thing is, Badgers is drinking. We're not, and we're
He's the out of the three of us. He's the one that was married. You can see. No,
drive him to drink.
Yeah, or her to drink.
All right. Moving on. SA. Why are the Inforunner episodes so much better with SA in them?
We already talked about that.
Yeah.
Because everyone likes the good-looking dumb American.
People like eye candy. Right, next question.
Waffles Insanity.
Yeah.
I'm so happy I did not miss your live video. My question is, and thank you for that, Waffles. My question is, do you think we will learn any more about the Caterpillar Titan drop pod module?
Oh, it's possible. We've talked a few times about the Caterpillar. Like they've shared so much information on the Galaxy. They need to kind of go back and do that on the Caterpillar, because the ships are so close to each other, you can't make an informed decision. So there are a lot of people just holding onto the Caterpillar waiting for information. And it's just a little bit unfair, because I think they know when they eventually, no matter what modules they drop for that Caterpillar, they're going to lose people. They're going to be people that go, oh, well, it's not a ship for me. Time to move on. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, because it basically means some will move on to the Galaxy and someone will stay the Caterpillar. So the only reason I can think of to not do it now is, what if there's a third ship? What if there's what if they've decided to split the Caterpillar into three? Because that's what I kind of believe at the moment. I know Algared probably agrees with me, Badgers, but what's your take on that? Like, do you see the Galaxy, like me and Algared, as being another Caterpillar? And I'm talking about purely from a modular level here.
I think the strength of the Caterpillar's modularity over the Galaxy is the fact that you're going to be able to have multiple modules.
Yep.
Because you've got multiple cargo sections.
And then the counter to that, though, is they're much smaller. So that so absolutely. So Algared and I would probably put it to you this way, and you correct me if I'm wrong here, Aaron, just a yes or no if you think I'm wrong. But I would imagine, like, where the Galaxy's got one big room and the Caterpillar's got multiple small rooms, it's somewhere in the middle. So maybe like 2 modules that it can have on a ship or something like that. Algared, would you just quickly?
I think certainly the key thing, and I'll stop there because Waffles Insanity, thank you for that $5. If you can tell, I love a Caterpillar, and I lean on you all for support to not melt it. I'm curious if there will be a Cat Mini. Cat Mini, I don't know. They certainly did originally talk about the modules being able to be shrunk, but they did leave that because every time
Yeah.
you shrank a module, you'd actually have to have a brand new ship. So the cap will only ever
Yeah.
be
They
that
had
size.
to
Although if you really want,
recenter of gravity. We now do have 2 ships as recentering of gravity, but there's a lot already going on the cat.
Yep.
I do think the other way I'd put
Right.
this Algared real quick is we do have a cat mega, which became the Kraken.
and the cat mini, I suppose, really is the drive cab, the
command module.
pilot section,
Yep.
the command module. But in answer to your question, when you first look at the 2 ships, the Galaxy and the Cat, you say that there's nothing about them that's the same. But when you look at the cargo capacity of the Galaxy and the Cat, when the cargo module is on the Galaxy, it is exactly the same as the cargo in a Caterpillar. And that's where you go, oh crap, they are the same. And I think the big difference is that large module on the Galaxy is, as you said, it's going to be bigger. It'll be able to do more. The Caterpillar's advantage is being able to have lots of smaller modules, but they're smaller. They do less.
Yeah.
So yeah, 100%. So we hope that answered your question. And again, thank you for the $5 sub there, Waffles.
Yeah.
Ash Hall has a question. They say, why is data running taking so long? There are no assets needed, just simple coding.
I wouldn't. I think that's a bit of a leap.
Yeah.
It does seem simpler on the outset, but you got to remember there's other gameplay things like where's the hacking gameplay? There's no so it's a lot deeper than it appears on the outset. It is essentially like an invisible cargo, right? I get that's where it's coming from, right?
Yeah.
Right, but you got to remember there's the scanning, hacking, the the transferring. Is there a signal strength that they put in, like Wi-Fi signals? It's a lot deeper.
Or not? Can it be stolen quickly?
Yep.
Downloaded quickly.
Yep.
So yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot deeper there than it seems on the surface. But yeah, again, you just got to think through the real world. If you are questioning something, much like when we go to professionals, is just try to think of a real world example, and then you very quickly you can see it extrapolates itself very, very, very quickly.
Well, look,
so yeah.
One of the things with data gameplay and the data running that you've got to look at with everything else, nothing they're doing is simple. Yeah. So what we thought, like mining in other games, run up to something, hold F.
Yep.
You've mined, congrats.
Yeah. It's just a bar.
Whereas, you look at data now, it would not surprise me at all if actual data is the core of data running gameplay. And one of the things that we've used multiple times as an example of this is you find something on a planet, so you create a waypoint of it, and now you want to inform your org. Well, you could just have a shared org map and, you create a waypoint and that's it. Done. Ta-da! Or you could weaponize that data in effect, and what you have is that data, that waypoint is now data, and you now need to go and upload that into an org computer. And to get the latest version of your org map, you must download that, which means that data and that waypoint can be intercepted, decrypted, and then investigated by other people.
How complicated do you make that be? Do you actually make it so people can intercept in-game communications? Do you make it so that like there are actual people in orgs that go, right, these are the coordinates of this such and such, we're going to set up a base here, such and such, blah, blah, blah. And someone can get that and see your plans, your military plans, your military base loadout. Can I scan a base and see all the weapons and the refining or whatever you're doing in that base? Can I then take that layout and absolutely, right? That is everything. I think exploration as a whole, and that includes scanning, is probably going to be one of the biggest things that feed into data running. Absolutely huge.
This becomes like this whole thing, because what you do, and I've actually mentioned this to one of the CIG staff themselves, is the best thing you can do with that data is hide it.
Yep.
So if you watch again the 2019 CitizenCon presentation where they unveiled prisons, right? One of the things they said was, well, we kind of want to block the comms between someone that's in prison and everyone else, but we can't really do that because we accept that there's Discord and you can just phone someone up or message someone or WhatsApp someone. So we can't really do that. So that's kind of for the RPers. And I actually bumped into that guy in a hallway and I said, can I have a moment of your time? Because communication is the art of passing information. You can't communicate what you don't know.
Yeah.
So why not, when you wake up in prison, let's say we get 5 systems in the game, right? There's a prison in 3 of those systems. So when you wake up in prison, I'm not going to tell you which prison you're in. Because now, I don't care that you're on Discord. I don't care that you've got a mobile phone. I don't care that you're in the same room as the people you're playing with. Tell me which prison you're in. I don't know because the game hasn't told me. Because now...
I'm in a cashless facility. I don't know which one.
And how...
Exactly.
How
you get to the point where...
I was going to say, how low tech do you make the hacking go? Like, I'm thinking back to like episodes I've seen where there was this a jail thing where they had a postcard where the eyes were cut out of the people in the photograph, but they were putting that over a particular book and it was sending codes into prison. Like, as you said, communication is at different levels. Like, how low down the pole do they go? And they could do things like that where there's little encryption devices. There is little, code books. Again, they become a lot more bespoke the lower down you go. But the thing is, why can't they even allow players to make their own communications tool?
Yeah.
So there's a book in game that you have in prison, and it's page 5, sentence 7.
Yes.
Or I'm going real quick. Yeah.
What okay, so they're never going to be able to get snippets of what you're talking about. Right, because that shouldn't ever be, so just your normal voice comms, even if you're using the in-game voice comms, that shouldn't be it, right? But being able to determine where a ship's been for the last 2 days, why not? Because that's not, you're not going to get yourself inadvertently in trouble. I tell a crude joke to X, and that just happens to be the bit of audio that someone downloads. And obviously, so they're obviously not going to take real world communications and put it into the game.
And you can make it difficult
as a data commodity.
You can also make it difficult.
The scan of the ship.
Hang on, you can also make it those coordination systems very complicated. So it's a string of numbers that is absolutely huge and takes you forever to do across Discord. There's things like that as well. Sorry, Algared, but yeah.
I was going to say, and just the the scan of a ship, to pick up the idea of where has that ship been. The scan of a ship gives you trace elements so you have to then put that into the computer and decode it and work out which systems would have that or which planets would have those trace elements in it, and that's where it's been.
And add a level of detail to the scans that just can't be communicated over Discord, like the health of the occupants, all the cargo manifests, all the components, all that stuff, like just so much information that it can't be sent over Discord.
Yeah. Well, the thing is you don't have coordinates. You don't have coordinates that we recognize. There is no coordinate system.
Yeah, it's just all random.
It's
encrypted.
That marker's there, and it's
literally end-to-end encryption.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All of us, we're in a 5-person crew on a Pioneer, for example, or whatever. We have the waypoints because it's been synced amongst our mobiGlas. It's automatically been synced through the ship's kind of like Wi-Fi or whatever connection. But to pass that back now, 3 systems, we've got 2 choices. We've got send it wirelessly, so send it as a radio communication, which has the upside, speed, downside, security. Or you get your mate who's got a Herald and who's come with you to fly it. Downside speed, upside security. Yeah. But there's also other risks attached to that. And, again, it's all about the choices that you make. And this way you can see then how much other things. So let's say this much vaunted, we find a Bengal or we find some capital ship that's crashed that needs building. I find this. I'm playing alone. I play with no one. This thing is no use to me because there's no way on my own I'm going to get a Bengal to sorry, I'm just throwing stuff around my room. But there's no way I'm getting a Bengal back in space. But if we weaponize data like this, then it is useful to me, because what I do now is I have the coordinates that I can sell.
And
then it's
over decryption of that. So
exactly that. So now the other thing with that is you could then put it on the market.
It
you
also
could then have an auction system or like a third-party market system, and that way, when people say, "Well, hang on, how do I know I'm handing you over 3 billion UEC for a Bengal?" It's like, because it's verifiable, because it's actual data.
Yep. And then it also allows you to have different values in data. I know that sounds very obvious, but if data's a commodity, you have to have ways to, because like, for example, if taking a Bengal analogy, unvertified costs a lot less than vertified. Sorry, I think you get what I'm going, right? Like, so it's almost like a rumor versus a vertified. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, and there's all sorts of things you can do, and with that sort of stuff, and try to understand what encryption someone's running, what systems they're using, which will help you decrypt and kind of hack into stuff. And then all of a sudden, that's the beautiful thing. Data doesn't just become another commodity that you're moving. A memory stick or an encrypted data device is not just a smaller version with a law difference between that and the package you're delivering.
Do you know
it now has meaning?
Do you know a couple of years ago where they had people hiding stuff within inside JPEGs? Like they had images within images and stuff like that. That could be a thing as well. You have to know that the like, it looks like it's just a cargo manifest, but if you look further, it's actually plans to the Death Star or whatever. You get where I'm going, right? Yeah.
Yes.
And that gives you reason to have certain ships. So the Endeavour with its supercomputers for cracking codes or analyzing data. The MSR with massive memory banks and other things. So
if you also have better analysis tools, they can probably find. You know how they're talking about the more you scan, the more information you get. It's the same thing. The more you scan the data, you could find potential things that other people didn't see. Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
And the better your computers, the more you're able to put those encryptions on. So it's harder to scan and find.
Yep.
So the simple answer to your question, the simple answer to Ashhole's question is yes. It seems simple.
I think we've proven it's not.
But it ain't.
But
it ain't.
Well, we really hope that they take it that route, right?
Yeah.
But just looking now, if you want another if you want something else to really capture people's attention with Star Citizen, look at the comments on both. So obviously, we're looking at both Twitch chat and YouTube, right? You guys are popping off with all your ideas of what it could be doing and all that sort of stuff.
Yep.
And it's that next level of you can see it from anything. Information that starts to delete itself when it detects that it's being hacked.
Yep.
You've got the idea of that whole No Time to Die, where he's decrypting that dude's eyes and goes, or a memory stick, and goes, wait a second, there's extra hidden files on here. That could be something that your skill unlocks, and you get extra data. Sorry, go on.
Mission Impossible. This message will self-destruct in 10 seconds.
Yeah. And that goes back to what you originally started with, Badges, when you said, look at mining. Like, we look at mining and we said, mining, it's not going to be the same as run up to a rock and hit it and we've got it. Okay, we've got to adjust it. Okay, that's detailed, yeah. But what we've got for mining now is 10 times what we had when we started. It's 10 times more complex. It's got gadgets and, So it just put that into thinking what any other loop is going to be like.
It's also that cross-pollination of like what we were talking about, like them taking things and cross-pollinating them for the modularity. it's cross-pollinating different gameplay so they integrate as well. So how does scanning work with pick a damn profession? Medical, mining, refining, salvage. Like you can see it very quickly. There is data in all of those. And just how powerful and then I could do the same thing with medical. Where does medical touch in? You can take any profession, and essentially what Algared said there is you can just see the depth of all those systems cross-pollinating with each other very, very quickly. Scary how deep this game's going to get. Very, very scary.
All right. Joshua Ableta, how might exclusivity be eliminated, reduced, like something repeated over and over again loses its fun because old players gatekeep memorizing it from new people? Static maps, puzzles, etc., etc.
I think that comes back to that dynamic mission system, Algared.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's a stringing together of different characters, different story, different objectives, and it's going to make missions for you on the fly. They're going to seem bespoke and different every single time. You might run into the same character, but different outcome.
But I don't think we're going to be able to gatekeep the stuff.
No.
Like I think the only item I've heard that is exclusive is the banner cube that you can just hold, and that's it.
That's it.
Every other
replica
item is you can get in game. And it's only a replica. Every other item you can get in game. It may be behind a rep wall, but you can get it in game. It might be limited, but you can get it in game.
The way with missions, when you talk about repetition, the way that's going to stop is having layers and layers and layers and layers of random chance, nuance to missions, so that you couldn't replicate the same experience twice, even if you tried to. And one of the examples that I use of this, and I'll use the one that I always use, and then I'll liken it to something that I'd imagine most of us have seen, right? Go to a planet, there's a search and rescue beacon of an outpost, human outpost. So you go down there, and everyone's dead. You're expecting 9 bodies. There are 8 people. There are 8 bodies. So, it's up to you now. What are you going to do? Are you going to report it? Are you going to loot it and report it? Are you going to stake a salvage claim and report it? Are you just going to leave and abandon the whole thing? So you decide to stay, and try and find...
I was going to say, do you report it to a bounty hunter?
So you just
going to loot it and leave,
Yeah, but what you decide to do is none of the above. You decide to stay and investigate it. And as you investigate it further, you find the 9th person hiding. So you get hold of this person and it's like, okay, well, now what do you want to do? Are you going to kill him and then report that all 9 people died and then report it? Are you going to interrogate him? Are you going to hand him over to the advocacy? What are you going to do with this person? So you decide to try and talk him round. And he lets you know that he fell in with this group of Cecilists to settle a debt with his family, with a crime syndicate. And the crime syndicate said, we're going to come, we're going to raid these people, you're going to activate a beacon, you're going to disable their early warning. So it turns out he falls in love with one of the settlers that is now dead. The pirates rock up, and it's like, well, what, and actually, as the pirates are coming down, it turns out that the Van Doel attacked, and that's what killed the people. The pirates could have helped and went, nope, not getting involved in that. Off they flew. And this guy now wants revenge. So what do? Now do you kill him? Now do you hand him over to the advocacy? Or do you allow him to lead you to the pirate base? You all get revenge. You take the share of the spoils in return for letting this guy live. And this is all possible, right? Because this mission structure has already been built in with a PI wanted in Origin, in Crusader. There's already a mission where you can bail out wherever you want. You take the quest as long as you want, and then you get rid of it. And the next part of that is, A, you bail out, but B, what you could then do is that mission then becomes possible for other people. So let's say you get to the point where you go, well, okay, this is now turned into a salvage mission. I don't want it, but I'm going to put the contract up for another player to come and pick up this storyline. And I think... Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, all you have to do is change one little thing in everything you just mentioned there, and the Like someone mentioned
Yep.
that the ninth person is a rogue AI. Changes the
Mhm.
entire mission. Go ahead, Algared.
So we've got a super chat from Dan Little for 555. Thank you very much. He also has a question. Do I need to be awake for the end of a stream for the giveaway? I need to go to bed in an hour. The giveaway has been drawn.
You're a lot more friendly
And
than
it
me. I was going to say
was-
yes, you have to be, and it won't be drawn for 7 to 8 hours. Yes, no, it's already
through.
Yeah, power through,
Yeah.
push through, Dan. No, it's already been drawn, Dan. And we have a winner. What's the guy's name? I'll
Yeah.
go back.
So
Pain is just weakness leaving the body.
Kestrel.
Yeah, Kestrel Kill.
Kestrel Kill from the Discord chat. So
By the way, he still hasn't reached out to me. So we might be doing this all again next week.
yeah,
no.
you've got a week until what, next Thursday to reclaim that ship. Otherwise, we'll give it to someone else.
We'll probably just
you
all.
know.
Oh, maybe.
And
We'll figure it out.
Let's liken it to something that, like, a little bit less specific, something that hopefully we've all seen. The Mandalorian season 2. Right, you are on your main quest to take the little green thing to its people. On the way, you get stopped by a patrol. The patrol goes, there's something wrong with you. Do you fight them? Do you run? So you decide to run. You end up on a planet. Random encounter, ice cave spider things. Yeah, then repair, then move on again. And it's all of that kind of stuff that can happen, and that's what we mean by layer upon layer upon layer to not make any single X is playing Top Gun apparently.
No, I get eye strain. I just gotta. Yeah, sorry.
I've left my mobile upstairs, otherwise I'd play you.
I feel like an asshole putting them on, like an arrogant prick every time I put them on, but I get really bad eye strain. Sorry, go ahead.
Sitting under the lights does
Not just that, I got a lighter version. Even when I go out in this, I can't go out in sunlight without sunglasses on. I'm terrible. So,
yeah, well, that's right. So you did have the eye surgery not too long ago.
But also, I'm part vampire, so that doesn't help. But yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyway.
I now figure this. No, I'm going to go to Suzukonia, and someone's going to run out with a UV torch. Go, I got you. Anyway.
And ruin your
my complexion. Yeah. And the SystemCon floor. Anyway.
So moving on from the discussion of how we can eliminate exclusivity. Ray and Catcher has a question. I've been playing Star Citizen for about a month now and really enjoy the depth of gameplay that they're aiming for. At launch, do you think this game will be the equivalent of Ready Player One?
I mean, maybe not quite that deep, but yeah.
I'm sure Chris would love it to go that deep if he could get it go that deep, but yeah.
I would say it's like one of the planets from Ready Player One. I think that's probably the safe bet. It's one small part of Ready Player One.
No, I know people keep saying that Uber girls are cat girls, but no, I don't really want to see furries running around and
that's what he says publicly. Anyway,
yeah. And I'm just gonna say it here. Algared says Chris loves it deep. That's all I'm saying about that. I'm gonna stop drinking now.
I'm so biting my tongue right now. There's so many things to unpack there. I will say nothing.
Can I just say that I have
your comment in answer to the comment about that's what I say about cat girls. That's right. They shouldn't be running around free. They should all be locked up.
Yeah, he's got that type of kink. He's got that.
Can I just say that I have absolutely, I feel like I've peaked as an info runner. I've got Algared to turn bright pink. I'm there. This is it.
Oh dear me.
I'm done. There's nowhere to go from here, guys. I'm out. I've peaked. I'm done. I'm gone. See you later.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm so sorry, Algared.
Mornstar has a question for you, Badgers. Badgers, when my liberated fighters
we've done that one. We've done that one.
Yep. Dry Khan says, where did you see we're going to get the Titansuits soon?
So it was in the Squadron 42 monthly report. I can bring it up.
Yep.
Hold on, give us a second. Oh, actually, I closed it. Nope, I closed it. Sorry.
And I know that was a question from 909, so you probably wouldn't have seen the earlier discussion.
Yep.
But we realised probably not. It's probably referring to them working on the boss mob from Squadron 42, which we've heard is the only Titan suit in game at present, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's not coming.
Just real quick, someone was saying that we didn't read out the bad pickup lines from last stream. Yeah, we might, maybe next Valentine's Day we'll do the bad. I just thought the bad pickup lines would be funny, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. Maybe next year. Maybe next year. Sorry, good.
Dan Little has another super chat for us. He says, "Funny you mentioned Ready Player One. I'm listening to the audiobook after watching the movie.
Is
Which
it
do you prefer?
Will Wheaton? Is it the Will Wheaton one? I bet it's the Will Wheaton one because Will Wheaton does the audiobook. I much prefer the book to the movie. I'm going to be honest. It is. I will say though, the movie is a lot more younger people friendly. Does that make sense? Because like it's got more modern references, like it's got like a lot of Halo and stuff like that, where the book goes back to the 80s. And I'm gonna be honest, it's even a little bit before my time. There's some things that even I miss at my age. But I just preferred it because it was just deeper, and it's just how books are. You know, you can hear people thinking in a book. You can't do that in a movie unless they do a narration or whatever. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Have you read the book, you guys, or not?
I haven't. And yes, it's the Will Wheaton one.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'd recommend it. It's one I don't read a lot of books, right? And I actually read that in 2015 when I was going with my grandmother to Bali is when I read that on the plane there and on the plane back. And it's the only book I've read in in all that time. Yep. I don't read a lot of books, so that says a lot.
I haven't read the book. I haven't listened to the audio over, but I do often prefer the books because when you read, you paint the pictures in your head, and so
Badges doesn't have that problem.
The same as what you expect.
Badges doesn't have that problem. He only reads picture books, so that's fine. Right.
So
I just love that you say you can hear people think in books. That must be why you've written so fucking many.
What? I don't write books. What are you talking about?
You said you can hear people think when you read books, which must be why you've written so many.
Yeah,
I'm saying you don't think.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
I get what you mean. I get what you mean. But what I meant was in a book you can they can have a segment where someone is thinking and not speaking. Where in a movie they tend to not do that unless it's narrated.
Must be why you star in so many books.
Anyway, I know it's a hard concept for you to get because you only look at picture books, but yeah, you get my point. Right, next question.
North End Trooper. Will the AI be static thinking process or will it have dynamic thought process like true AI?
They had personalities is the biggest thing. So you got to remember it's at a certain level. They're not going to go into chat GBT levels where it's this
and God help us if they do.
Because man would get some evil dictators, that would.
Because we will get killed.
Can you imagine a Sully? Can you imagine a Sully slave trader that with the chat level GBT, like just evil? I'm gonna take over the galaxy,
So they've got 5 traits, and roughly speaking, they're things like how motivated by profit they are, how brave they are, how adverse to risk they are, that sort of stuff. And basically, if you think of them as 5 sliders and you just randomize the slider, and that's what they're going to do for every single AI. So you can put 2 AI into the same position that have the same profession, the same gear, and they will react entirely differently, which is going to give the impression that it's dynamic, but it's more just a case of there are an awful lot of variables.
Yep. X, can I get you to kill the bot? And can I say we're not taking any more questions? We'll finish off the ones we've got at the moment.
Done.
And that way we can get through the last of them. So.
Yep, done.
All right. So Stinkfinger has a question. What in your guess on Squadron 42 release date?
Manchester next year.
My guess 2025. My gut would say Manchester next year would be when they'll announce the release.
You know the whole reason, Algared, is just because they want us to be able to get a Badger's house and sleep on the couch. That's what it is.
Yep, that's all it is. They just want us to get crash Badgers.
Yeah. Actually, I got an even better idea, Algared. We'll just make him sleep on the couch and we'll take the beds. Yeah, that's it.
That's scary.
Oh, wait, no. You take the couch, I'll take the bed, and he can take the kennel outside. Yeah, all right, cool. Next question.
You're trying to scare me again. I'm sorry. Michelle Buzzard Buzzacelli, Michelle Buzzacelli, or yeah, I've butchered your name. That's okay. Do you think the next X3D CPU generation will be good for Star Citizen?
3D. Sorry, he's talking about.
Please stop upgrading for Star Citizen right now.
Yeah, so he's talking about.
Please stop doing it.
New AMD's coming out. Well, you know, they're meant to be the best gaming CPUs out there, but at the end of the day, it's actually the core count that seems to be making the biggest difference to Star Citizen. So you might be better with, you know, just the top end one with the more cores. To be honest with you, and I can be honest. I went from a 4-core CPU to a 12-core CPUs, and it did make a big difference for me.
And certainly one of the big things is not that CIG had, because they did make it that they would access all the cores and use that. But the bottleneck that was slowing everything down was not the CPU, but it was actually the graphics card being able to take all that type of stuff. And
from the
that's
CPU.
where Vulkan and other, that's where Vulkan and all those other things will actually lighten the load and then make it easier. So, so that's a short answer, I hope, to that question. Go more cores rather than anything else.
To bring that back around though too, it might not be as beneficial to other games though as well. So you, as always, take your own individual situation into account.
Although the question did specifically say for Squadron, for Star Citizen, so yeah, would go. I based on what I know, I'd go more cores. Rather than anything else. But as X said, it might not be as beneficial for another game. Ben Frick, do you think we will ever get the forklifts and pallet jack that we saw in the underground facilities as usable items?
Eventually.
Yep. Those specific ones?
Sell them.
Yeah, possibly.
There was actually
that's what the mule is.
There was a sneak peek of a forklift that was made by Argo last year, and then they never ended up showing it. And I think that was before the mule was a thing. They were going to do that, and then they backpedaled and made the mule. Maybe, I don't know. But I remember me and Space Tomato going over that with a fine-tooth comb, and we found Argo imprints on it, and we Argo decals and a whole bunch of shit we found on it.
Yeah. I'd also like to see the that refueling vehicle that you find in the hangars. You know, that automated refueling jack thing that you can see. That I'd love to see those types of things be available in game as well.
There probably will be. There probably will be some smaller vehicles that they never sell. You know, they're just things that we can use. Like for example, can you imagine what much of a riot would be if they came out and sold bed trolleys? You know, like that's the type of thing I'm talking about. So they're interactable props, essentially. You know, things like that.
And stuff we can buy in game, but not support on store. So
True.
Captain Cracker 1975 says, I think they are way behind on the questions. Yes, we are. I answered my first question 3 hours ago. Well, hey, we picked up the pace. Because that was 9:34, so we're only an hour behind now. Ben Frick, question: medical Titan suit, mobile tier 1 bed.
Like with that shield thing I was talking about, where the shield could also be a bed. Yeah, probably unlikely. More likely just a way to get people out of there. I think again, if you take that away from ships, it's a little bit detrimental. Maybe like a portable defib into that. But I wouldn't give it much more than that.
They did once sell, or they did once have in the hospital, the defib sections, and they did talk about being able to buy them at one point. So
yeah, this is true.
But that was a long time ago. That was like when we had our first hospital. Boy Named Doll has a question, and it's going to be the quickest question to answer. Do we ask for questions here? Yes. You just put question in the things normally.
Dude, this is pre-recorded. No, we don't do that on pre-recorded shows. Come on, what are you talking about? Anyway, next question.
Aminio, that name again. Aminion Akiko.
What are these names? This is crazy. I don't think I've ever heard you so stumped, Algared, with the names today. Crazy. Anyway, sorry.
Yo, Oh, well, you try saying that name.
I don't think I could.
What?
That's why I'm.
Amaya
And you're a
Manakahiko.
language teacher. And you're a language teacher, so.
That one.
That one.
Amaya Manakahiko.
Yeah, that one.
That was part of my question.
Prime. Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question. I think that was.
I think that was just part of the chat, wasn't it?
Mm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Prime. Retaliator modules.
Question mark.
Question.
Yes.
Yeah, same thing as
Exclamation
Caterpillar.
mark.
Same as Caterpillar
Yep.
modules. We just need more information. They need to go back and start sharing some of that older shit so we can make
But-
informed choices.
But we do know several of the Retaliator modules. We know they've got the troop module. We know they've got the living quarters. We know they've got the cargo modules because they've actually sold them. So they will come.
Thank you for
Will
the
they bring any more? Don't know.
Cred 0332. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs that went to Asura. Ooh, I'm going to butcher that. 15, I think that is. A Nomad Life, Chaos Qual, Shady Phase, Library Science, Gem Pasta, Big Data Boom. There's a Fifth Element reference. Fishbolo and Saber 805. That's on that. And thanks again, Cred 0332.
Yep.
Yeah, the last three questions,
Uh,
Algared.
We've got the last three questions. Tiger Shark. A Tiger Shark has a question. Do you think
Mhm.
there will be combat stims in the next tier of medical?
Yep. At some point.
They'll come soon. At some point.
There definitely will be stims. They've said there will be stims. Soon, TM.
Anything we can to get those Navy boys motivated. Right.
Yeah. Joshua Ablitia. Would you consider books to be procedurally generated?
Potentially. You know, you could essentially take any like books, or they could put lore in as well, data pads. There's a whole bunch of stuff there they could do.
I was going to say with ChatGPT, yes.
Hmm.
And last question.
Yep.
Is from Nerbea, who says, would you expect to see planet transit systems within or below underground facilities, public cargo, freight, or otherwise? Yes.
Yeah, just like the Genesis Starliner is a ship to get you around system. I'm pretty much sure that you'll be able to rough it and get a bus from A to B. Or a taxi. That's something that they've talked about too.
Or an Argo rail system.
Or hire a vehicle.
So
all of the
any
above.
of the above.
Yeah. All right then. With that, don't forget to like, subscribe, ring the notification bell. Same thing on Twitch. I don't know the Twitch equivalents. What is it? A follow, a sub? Yeah. I know we're still learning this Twitch thing. This twitching thing is really strange to me. But yeah. So yeah, thank you guys for all that. For those of you
you do,
go ahead.
I was going to say, if you do want to go the extra mile because you like what we do, if you've joined Discord and you want to support us, you could always become a Discord supporter and do whatever you do there.
Booster.
Do a booster for Discord, or you could join us on Patreon and back us on Patreon. It's never expected, as our super chats and other things are never expected, but they are greatly appreciated and they do help us.
Yeah, and we've got all the roles working on Discord now, so we've got different groups for, if you different ships is how we've done it. We've done all our roles through ships. So for example, I think Talons for Twitch, and then and I went with Aliens. So the Tavaran are Twitch, and then I think I went with Defenders are the so the Banu are the Discord people, and then the Cyan are the YouTube. But that took me. I had to think really. Actually, I had to think about that. Right on Twitch.
You can see how new that was.
Yeah. So the people on Twitch, I'm going to get you to raid Loken, who's another Inforunner. So remember, he's been doing some flight sticks this week. So if you want to talk to him about flight sticks, ask him that. Tell him we said hello. Ask him when he's going to be on an episode with Badgers. Hassles the shit out of him because he's a very hard person to get a hold of for me. Anyway, but yeah. So I'm getting raid together there for you guys on Twitch. But yeah, make sure you're happy about that. Yep.
9
And-
p.m. UTC on Sundays. Come find me on YouTube or Twitch. DGP on Twitch or Drinkers with Gaming Problems on YouTube. I have started streaming.
And clothing is optional.
And Cred
Naked stream for the win.
Cred 322, who did do that that gift of subs in Twitch. He was also a first-time poster. So thank you for
Awesome. Thank
joining
you very
in
much.
that.
Thank you,
As
Fred.
was Revelation on shit. So have a wonderful
Cool.
weekend and time. Take care, and thanks for joining us.
Right, so YouTube, say goodbye to Twitch. See you, Twitch.
Bye, Twitch.
Bye.
Twitch is off to Loken. Thank you very much. There's you with us on YouTube. I think I probably should have said this before we just sent the Twitch people away. We will have another episode this weekend. Have no idea what it's going to be. And we'll also have Henkin here hopefully next week as well. So yeah, look forward to that next week. All right, with that, he's been Old Man Hurston Algared. Old Man Algared Hurston. I don't know. I'll have to figure that one out. He's been Drinkers with Gaming Problems. He does look rather drunk, doesn't he? Yeah. And I've been Execute.
He's been Execute, and we're out of here.
Get you the next one. Bye.
Yeah.
Love you more.